Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We're here tonight with episode 4 of our trilogy. I'm going to leave that one on your doorstep for you to unpack. Of a cyberpunk game here called the Trickle Down. This is run using a fantastic little system called Harbinger that is in playtest currently from Absolute Tabletop. It is usually run as a science fantasy type setting, but here on this channel we do things a little different, as with everything else. So this one is very, very heavily steeped in the neon dystopia of a setting that I created called Chrome City that is basically my love letter to cyberpunk and that genre. So we are, like I said, this will be our 4th episode, and things are starting to get pretty heated up, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen next. Before I do want to go ahead and say the same warning that I say at the beginning of every single one of my games, and that is, if foul language, I talk for a living. Did you know that? So, if foul language, I still can't get that word. It's going to be a long session. All right. If foul language and mature subject matter are things that bother you, make sure to not watch this game. But if those things don't bother you, then come on in. The water's fine. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug anything that they might have going on, say whether you might be able to find them on the internet, etc., etc. And then I think we're going to roll this log down the hill. I don't know what that analogy means, but whatever. So we're going to start first with my brother from another mother, Chad.
Hello, universe. My name is Chad. I forgot my name, Jeremy, so there's that.
Just use one of the other players. Chad.
I'll be Glenn today. Hi. So my name is Chad. You can find me in numerous channels around AbTab, but predominantly this guy right here. I play a lot of games with Jeremy, and I love this. You can find me on Twitter. I believe my Twitter handle is somewhere, not on the, I don't think it's on the screen, but it's somewhere in this nonsense. And then also you can find me over at Acerson's channel every other Friday. And then also over on Twitch at Roll Call RP, where I play every other Saturday with a group of wonderful friends. Over there, we're running 2 different campaigns right now, so it depends on who's there and when. But yeah, I'm excited to be back with this group. Excited to be continuing the story. Yeah, can't wait. Thanks, buddy.
Absolutely my pleasure, Chad. Yeah, Acerson is a very good friend of the channel, Kenya. She actually plays every month in one of the other campaigns that I run. I think actually the session for that is next Wednesday, I believe. So yeah, that is Evermore La Masquerade. That is kind of like a very baroque D&D game. Lots of like innuendo and assassinations and lots of fun stuff like that. So yeah, man. Always happy to have you, Chad. Always a joy to play with you, man, and run games for you. So thank you for coming. All right, next. Certainly not easy to forget the name of. Another Chad. Oh, you're muted. There you go.
Good. Okay. The other Chad in some circles. I am going to be playing Lucius, and he is an answer of a different type. Hopefully, a little bit more asymmetrical than what you might think of a Mancer. And we're going to be playing some of the beautiful Chrome City, which is, beautiful is kind of an oxymoron when it comes to Chrome City, because she's actually a cool bitch, but it's okay. And I would like to direct you to a great place called Absolute Tabletop. It can be found on like Discord, Facebook, and such. So you can find games like this, or maybe even run your own. That's where I got that pleasure of meeting Jeremy, and I ran my first game that Chad was in. I don't know if he remembers that, but yeah, you know, you can do stuff like that and have a great time like this, or you know,
I
just
do remember that.
yes. And so you can have, you know, it was actually an absolute tabletop product, you know, so you can do stuff like that, you know, and have some fun like this, or just hang out with like-minded people and, you know, just bounce your creativity off of a very safe space. And come check us out and have fun. And thank you very much for this time, all of you.
Absolutely. Sending a message in our chat. Typing and talking at the same time is one of my skills, as you can tell. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Anywho, yes, chat. Always a pleasure to have you on as well, brother. There's been a lot of one-shots and stuff that I've had the chance to play with you, and they've always been a lot of fun. And you're no stranger to Chrome City. I think you were actually in, like the other chat, I think you were in the Inquisitor's Toll? I think both of you were players in that, yeah. I was going back and kind of watching some of those a little bit, to kind of refresh my memory on some of the things I had already decided about Chrome City. So yeah, really excited to have you back in this particular setting and back on the channel. All right, next we have Todd.
I'm Todd, happy to be here. Looking forward to continuing this story, and I am not on any of the socials.
Yep, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. You know, sometimes I wonder if it wouldn't be better for my sanity if I was on social media far less. There are times that I envy and wish that I could do less on the social media. But I'm really happy that that you and Glenn both managed to find me, and that we were able to put this game together. It's been an absolute blast getting the chance to play with you and get to know you better. All right. Speaking of getting to know better, last but certainly not least, we have Glenn.
Hey, everybody. Yep, happy to be here playing Kahiti again in the fourth part of our trilogy. Double trilogy. We'll see how it goes. I am on social media, but I have no idea why you'd be hunting me down unless I really pissed you off, and it's just easier to say sorry rather than hunting me down. So sorry in advance if I pissed you off to the point where you're trying to find me. Otherwise, yeah, no, excited to be on here. It's a great system. Looking forward to see what they do with it as they continue to build it out, and looking forward to see where the night takes us.
Absolutely the same, man. Like I said, in response to Todd, really happy that that you guys found me and reached out, and that we were able to put this together. This has been a lot of fun. Running Chrome City is always a blast, and like I said, kind of thinking in that particular headspace of how to turn fantasy into cyberpunk is a lot of fun. So I think that about covers all of the business end of things. So I think we're ready to get started, unless anybody has any questions. No? Awesome. All right, here we go. When Sept Aldemont found out that this barren hunk of shit moon had an Auric Arkham core, it launched them into the strato overnight. Poor people, they have these ideas of what they would do if they suddenly found themselves buried up to their tits in glint. Sure, they would treat themselves a little, but they pretend like they would use most of it to fix this broke-ass world. Right some wrongs that they have had to struggle with. Not like the rich fucks who have that kind of push now. But truth is, that kind of glint changes your brain more than any implant mod ever could. When somebody has the means of getting anything they could ever possibly want, that's when you get a good hard look at who that person really is. We find the four of you laying low at the Lord Warden Macian Spaceport, also affectionately known as the LWM, or, for some, the Lawman. This is at one time, at least, was meant to be the first thing that people saw when they arrived on the moon of Cadians. It was meant to impress them. It was gleaming, clean. But as time has gone on, they've tried to maintain that visage. But as all things here in Chrome City, it just doesn't stay that way. The grime builds up on everything here. The corruption that exists in this city just seeps into the cracks and grows like a fungus. So now, the spaceport is very easy to hide in, especially whenever you have somebody as connected as Kahiti is. The children of Awara, or at least the Chrome City chapter of them, known as the Wraiths, have taken some pains to make sure that they could find a safe house here within the spaceport in order for you to lay low for the time being. You're waiting for the flight restrictions to be lifted after the small, minuscule amount of trouble that was caused in a place called the Kennel not long ago. So, as you're waiting in this small, cramped safe house, what's going on? What is the conversation like? And each of you, if you would, add some kind of detail about where this safe house is located, or like what it actually is, like how this place is decorated or set up.
And don't all jump in at once. So I can start with that then. So Spaceport Kahiti, and then just to recap so I don't forget, right? We have the woman with us, right? I forget her name.
That is correct. Yeah. You guys have 5, so it is actually 5 of you. Dejani Sarah is her name. She was the owner, or is the owner, of the kennel.
And Cherry's with us, right?
Yep. Cherium would also be with you. Yep, that is correct.
Awesome. Yeah, so Kahiti is 100% just trying to sync with connections, make sure we're still covered on that, have security, work with the local dock workers who are aware of who we are, but not who we are, if that makes sense. To keep eyes out and whatnot, and make sure we're not conspicuously dressed or whatever. I would think the safe house would be something along the lines of, I imagine even in space, right? You have storage containers of things, right? You're moving goods in and out. So where they store all of those and rack those up, maybe a series of them never get moved. Maybe a series just sort of blend into the back, and through those is how you'll access wherever we are, siphoning off power and those areas that we need.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. And I was looking for my picture for it earlier and I couldn't find it. But this is kind of what the exterior of it looks like. It's, this almost like needle that kind of pierces the cloud cover, pierces the smog. A lot like a lot of the skyscrapers and other buildings that kind of serve as the secondary layer of the city, if you will. The people who can afford to live above the smog line. It's a beautiful city. It is still gleaming and pristine. But the lower portion of this spaceport is definitely this more like an insect hive that is just constantly like buzzing and moving with the constant coming and going of smaller ships that are bringing people to and from these void ships that will eventually be launched in space.
I don't want to fucking admit this openly, but I don't fucking like being up here. Sooner we can get going, the better.
Jeremy, in this spaceport,
Yes.
so we've arrived from the landfill area, right? Like the landfill and the kennel are probably at the very bottom, right?
So yeah, the landfill is like bottom.
Right.
The kennel
so landfill,
is like
kennel.
planet surface level-ish.
Okay. So we're where now? The
So-
lawman and
Yeah, the lawman again extends from ground level all the way up into basically kissing the stratosphere. And the stratosphere, the upper portion is where all the rich people live. So it kind of
Yeah.
caters from all levels of class, basically. But where you guys probably are, I would say is probably at least mid or below, somewhere in there.
Perfect. That gives me a better idea. So I realize this is out of your norm, Lucius, but I appreciate what you did back there. I really do. Look, and it'll only be a little long, only a little longer. We'll find a way out of this. I assure you. At that point, I believe that Ulysses would probably be using his internal connections to get them further up, to like start getting them further up the spot, like up the spaceport, further up the chain. Because where does the sept does Ulysses know? Maybe he doesn't. Does Ulysses know where Sept Aldemont resides?
So they definitely
Within
live
this-
above the cloud cover, but not here at the spaceport.
Okay.
They would have a palace, essentially, a whatever that would look like in a
So we would
skyscraper
have
type
to
situation.
we would have to wait for, essentially what I'm asking, I guess, is we would have to wait for flight clearance to be able to potentially get up that high.
So yeah, you would basically look for a void ship. The way that it would normally work is you'd find a void ship that was docked here. And
Excellent.
essentially the needle, if you will, that forms this space station has like an interior column that stays empty. And that's the
Okay.
thing that actually like catapults the ships up into orbit. And so basically
Okay.
you're waiting like in queue on the inside of the ring of this spaceport. You
Got
load
it.
into a ship and it kind of moves you out into this like anti-gravity tube in the middle and then
Excellent.
jettisons you up.
Okay, cool,
So-
cool.
Yeah, and we've got to decide, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
What are we doing with her and with
What are we
everyone?
doing with her? What are we doing with everybody? Yeah.
Because we need to get you off planet and
Yeah.
disappeared,
Yeah.
Well,
or we
Um,
need to find out why they were after you guys.
Right. So we know a little bit of why, right? Because there are memories that are tied to me, to Peter, and to, I believe, one other person, correct?
yes, the Forgeborn that Cherium was looking for.
The Forgeborn that
in the
Cherium was
landmill,
looking for. We
in
do
the
have the
landfill.
Lorium vial from
Yes.
there,
Yep.
from them. So there's those three. So they want what we have.
Is Ulysses one of them though? Or I thought you jacked into the one that was
Yes.
that we pulled. So it's the one you pulled in you.
Ulysses.
Peter and then Should,
and then your kid.
Mhm.
Peter has one of them. The bot that was found in the landfill has a second
Mhm.
one, and then Ulysses, you think that you actually have the third that is fused inside of your brain pan,
Right.
which
So
you
that's
found
his
at a
theory.
crime scene not that long ago. The same crime scene where you discovered Peter and Wendy.
Right. Okay.
And where the agent that I had died, I forget her name.
Yeah,
I don't have it written
Parika.
down. Parika, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So again, the only reason I ask is I'm trying to get like headcanon of what I want to do.
Absolutely.
So I
Yep.
imagine that Ulysses is going to do one of two things with his time here. One, he wants to, if he's going to be traveling with his kids, he's going to have to. I don't think he wants to put them in any danger. So he definitely wants to. He knows that they are going to be safe wherever Kahiti can put them, right?
Yeah. So at the end of last session, you had left them with the leader of the Awara,
Right.
Kahiti Sweetie.
Yes. So I'd left them there. So now I think Ulysses, now that he is not dealing with that emotional pressure, is like going full in investigation mode. And he is going to see what kind of pull he can get from his former police chief, like former police days of working up the chain, and see what he can find out about Sept Aldemont, all the things like that. What was that vision? That one vision that he saw that had that specific room or whatever. I remember in one of our sessions.
Oh, I'm trying to recall
the memory that I pulled out that had like the room,
space station,
the room space, like the space, yeah,
yes.
the space station schematics, right?
Yeah, that was on
Yes.
That would definitely be something.
That was
or
here
whatever.
on Chrome City. Yeah. That was the Glancer that had
the
that.
Glancer one. Yeah. So all of that information intact, knowing that those memories are important, he's going to take all of that information and start pulling the threads as much as he can while waiting for this to lift.
Okay.
I
Also,
think the way that
also to remind you for rebuilding your headcanon, you contacted your buddy, your friend in the police department, and
yes,
he burned you. Like,
yes,
he said something about the fact that the kids had been missing or something like that without.
So he wouldn't be
that
using
was
those
the
channels. He would definitely not be using those channels.
Gotcha.
He knows that department is completely shady and gone. So what I would probably do is I would reach out to like my what's it called? My criminal informant like tie-ins.
Okay.
People that I have maybe made connections with during bus or whatever, any kind of criminal, very much like honestly the way he sees Lucius. It's like, you're kind of a scumbag, but I have to deal with you to get somewhere, right? I have to kind of so yeah, he would definitely like go about trying to find any information about Sept Aldemont in the most like covert way possible, and any information he can get on the space station. Those are the two big things that he wants to get.
Okay, cool.
Because he thinks that those are important.
So let's get a roll.
Do we want to try and merge all of the memory fragments?
That could be helpful.
I would like to try to do that at some point too, yeah. Because I think that might put together the pieces we need as to why they've been blocking us, why what the overall goal is.
Yeah. Okay. So do we want to handle that first, or?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
Okay, because I know the interrogation is one of the things that you wanted to do, and I know
I did
putting the memories together is one of the other things that you wanted to do, and then shopping is a totally separate thing that we can get to.
Shopping's
here
a
in just
totally
bit.
separate thing. Yeah.
Right.
I think we should play, like, we could split it. Obviously, if you're gonna jack into the 3 memories or whatever, that's definitely a Sylvan and Ulysses heavy thing,
For sure.
right? So I would think then that, like, you know, with Kahiti already out walking around and doing anything, he might be trying to just, and Lucius obviously not enjoying his time locked up in a safe house at the moment. Kahiti would probably just grab Lucius and be like, Lucius, yeah, time to go see the merchants, yeah. So get your list together, boys. Go pick up what we need. Hit us on the glance if you need it, and then split out so that we can kind of divide and conquer.
Yeah, that makes really good
Good idea.
sense. Okay.
Good
Cool.
idea.
So, what do y'all want to handle first? What of those things you want to handle on?
I would like to get I would like to get information before we move. So let's do the information first.
Okay.
I don't know if it's, you know what? Let's do the interrogation first.
Okay.
Because that we have her here, right?
Yes.
So I'd like to do that now.
All right.
Okay, that I think we would be there for, and then we can
Yeah, that
split.
makes sense. Split afterwards.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Sure. All right. So let's see. You have Dejani, Sarah in the kind of Astra-powered binders that you had taken off of either Wendy or Peter, whichever one basically wasn't kind of like destroyed while trying to tangle with the croc in the office. But you have this set on her, and she's been, mouthy. She's not pleased at what is going on, but she has not tried to break and run. She hasn't really even tried to fight anybody yet. She seems kind of oddly calm about the whole situation. So you have her set down inside this safe house, maybe in a smaller off room or what have you. And whenever you enter the room, she kind of looks up. Oh, so now's the time for that conversation, huh? Great. Anybody got a breath mint? No, too much to ask. How about a cigarette? Maybe.
I got a breath mint right here, and I'll tap
good.
on the little does she know broken Croc's weapon.
Oh, I see. I'm surprised you didn't point to your dick. Original.
I still had one.
Hey. All right, now, come on. We're here to at least get some sort of information out of her, right?
Oh,
So-
you're the good cop. I get it. Okay, let's play along.
Shut up.
Um.
Shut up.
Oh. This should be interesting.
There is nothing good about what is about to happen to you. I warn you.
Yeah. Very scary.
Let me ask you a question. Do you...
Purple, but sometimes blue. It really just depends on the lighting,
You're testing my patience. Interesting. Do you have any significant other? Anyone that you care about outside of yourself?
Look, I'm very flattered. Very, very flattered, but you're not my type, It just wouldn't work out. It's not me, it's you. Really.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I do have them. And I care.
Oh.
And you took
Okay.
that from me. So, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. You're going to answer me appropriately, and not with this attitude. If you do not give me truthful answers, I have a number of different associates who make sure that you will give me those correct answers. Now, I will be appropriate
So that's a no on the cigarette, I guess.
He pulls from inside of his pocket a cartridge of like a packet of cigarettes. He doesn't use them, but many people in the service, many people in the stations do. So of course he has like a set on him to hand out to fellow officers and
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah, sure.
And so he just slides the pack across. I don't use them. Go on. It's fine. Whatever puts your mind at ease.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you. Finally. She kind of like reaches over with her hands together and kind of like works a cigarette out. This would be difficult to do for a lot of people, but you get the strange sensation that this is not the first time that she has probably had to do something dexterous with her hands bound like this. And she very kind of deftly pulls out a cigarette and like, you know, pulls it up. Got a light? No, maybe like, you know, you got like a little finger gun or something that's got like a little flame in it. She looks at Lucius. You know, is that not an upgrade that you got?
Oh, I got a light.
Would you be a doll? She kind of like extends the cigarette towards you.
I would. And I'll just smash the cigarette in her mouth.
Great. Yeah, that's good. Wasteful.
Lucius, we're not going to get answers from her if you treat her like that.
See, you should listen to the piggy. She like
Don't
fishes
call
out a
me
second.
that.
She
I
fishes
don't
out a
work for
second
them
cigarette.
anymore.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, yes, fine. You know, you got questions. You want answers from me. Yada yada.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure that, you know, the way that you're running and hiding, we've all got better things that we could do with our time. So,
Okay. Let's stop this. Question number 1. Who hired you to take my children? That's the first one I want to know.
well, it was a client on behalf of someone else.
Oh, good.
They, of course, didn't say who they were a client or who their client was, but you know,
Good.
64
So there's a
million
hierarchy.
glint is. Whoa, yeah, and you've kicked that hornet's nest real good. You're gonna find out exactly how high up it goes too. You guys are so fucked.
Well, would you say that, I don't know, I feel like you know how high this client is, which means that you will probably know the answer to this. If I said the word Aldemont, do you think it goes that high? Am I wrong?
You know, can't really say for sure. She kind of like reaches up and like playfully kind of scratches the back of her neck. You know, I might be able to remember, but it would probably cost you like, I don't know, 1 million glint.
No, see, that's the thing, is I'm not in the market for bargaining anymore. The idea of bargaining for money, that doesn't suit me. You're here because you took something from me. So I took something from you, and I'm going to keep that something.
64 million somethings, to be precise.
All right, well, I try to be nice. And he will walk out of the room. Katie, Lucius, I'll be back. Let me know when she's ready to talk.
Kahiri, I think you should have the pleasure of starting this one.
Take a stab, yeah. So, Dejani, is it or Sarah? How you want to go? Which one?
Dejani, that's fine.
All right, Dejani. As you says, this stuff goes all the way up. That's great, yeah. I don't honestly care. I don't know how to put this. I don't care. I don't care about the 64 million. I don't care about what you did or didn't do or who you did or didn't do it for. But I need to know where to go next. And that can either end with you on a slab, dumped in the streets, bullet in the back of the head. Everyone assumes you gave us what you needed to give us anyways. Or it could maybe end with you giving us the information we need and you getting a ticket somewhere where you can lay low until you feel like coming back. That's about as straight as I can be with you. After that, however you answer, it's going to dictate whether or not I leave the room and Lucius gets what he wants, or I stay here and Ulysses comes back and gets what he wants.
And I just have to go on your word that if I give you what you're looking for, that you're going to let me go.
You're locked in a room that you don't know where it is, with no option other than to trust me to make it out of here. So I don't give a shit what you do.
Look, I know that you think
But I
that's
don't
a
have
really
time, so
strong
I don't
motivator.
I
but,
literally do not give a shit.
I know that you think it's a really strong motivator, you know, threatening to kill me and all, but I'm already dead if I make it out of here. Unless there's some kind of guarantee that you can give me. I don't know how the fuck you're gonna pull that off, but if you can squirrel me away somewhere that they can't find me, then maybe I have a reason to talk to you.
Jeremy, would there potentially be the, like in interrogation rooms, how in like a two-way mirror where they have like an intercom system on the other end?
I mean, it's possible. This is a safe house, so I don't know if there would be a lot of
Okay.
I'd say we'd be on
interrogation
like,
Skype.
We always
We'd be
have
on-
whisperlings.
yeah, we'd have hot box going so that you could
Okay.
hear
Oh,
what was
yeah.
going on with it. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Tijani, you probably, I don't know you. You might know who I'm with. So once you leave here, we can put you on a ship, give you a chance, but the rest is on you. You didn't get 64 million, Glenn. You didn't get a club. You didn't get to croc as a lapdog without having the ability to take care of yourself. So what
Damn
I can
straight.
give you is a ride and a chance. Or it's option 2. Lucius gets what he can get before you break. You end up in a slab, in a morgue, the bullet in the back of your head, and everyone thinking you gave us what you know.
You got a light?
Sure.
She kind of looks up at you.
Yeah, I'd light him. Have one myself.
She lights it, kind of sits back, kind of takes a big drag, kind of pulls it out with her hands kind of still bound, and just kind of like breathes up towards the ceiling. It's kind of, this magenta Astra kind of like rolling out like smoke out of the end of this cigarette. You should have led with this line of bullshit as opposed to his. She kind of like indicates to where Ulysses had just left.
Some people want to get their point across. I just don't have time for it. So, and
Well-
I think this isn't the first time you've been in this situation, and I think it's probably might go without saying it's not the first time I've been in this one.
All right. I'll tell you what you need to know. Everything that I know, at least. But
Okay, so I'll bring him back in, and you can talk to him. You don't have to be nice.
fuck.
You don't have to be nice, but you got to give him what he needs. Meanwhile, do you
He
want to
needs
go
to remove the
spinward?
stick out of his robot ass. That's what he needs. But fine. Yeah, I'll talk to your fucking boy for you.
And then for you, because I care, I'm nice. Do you want to go spinward? Or anti-spinward on your trip.
Spinwood.
Spinward it is. I'm gonna walk out, let Ulysses know that she's ready, and then go try to set up a nice long trip for her somewhere under another identity.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay. Thank you, Kahiti. I knew some sort of diplomacy could be made. All right. So, you're willing to talk now?
Yeah. All I needed was a light. She kind of takes another drag on the cigarette.
All right. So, what do you know?
So, these people that hired me, they're just a face, you know, a ghost. They're just used by whoever it is that's really shilling out this money. You know, there's no way the fuck that came to see me was able to pay me that kind of money. That kind of glint, that only comes from two places, you know? Either the Septs or somebody who's in some serious business. From what I understand, this comes from both. My people told me that Sept Aldemont's fingerprints were all over this shit. And if you would look, and she kind of like indicates wherever it was that the glint got set down, WHI's mark is imprinted all over those glancers that contain that glint right there. Your little dragon's hoard that you've got now, it's all their money. You just gotta look.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, pleasantries. That's a nice touch. You could say thank you with like a nice, you know, scotch or something like that, though. That would be really nice.
You don't know any more. Past what you told us.
I know a lot. It's just about what questions you ask.
Oh, all right. Well, you said a drink.
Please,
yeah.
Since we're being nice and all.
Yeah, we're not in the original space, right? Like the bar that we were in, we're nowhere near that. We're completely
Correct.
in a different space. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no shortage of bars here in the spaceport.
So yeah,
and I'm sure the safe house has.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah,
the safe house
I would
has
imagine.
some form of a bar or whatever, some form of a liquor cabinet.
Absolutely.
And even though Ulysses doesn't really drink at all, he'll pour a drink and come back into the room, and I don't know what, and I don't know exactly what this is, but if what you're looking for, if that's what you're looking for to relax, feel free. No.
Yeah, that'll do. She kind of like takes it. Thanks. She swigs it back.
So, if WHI has their fingerprints on this, I'm very familiar with that. And I feel like I know a number of things already. They were hunting after my children, after what I assume is another Forgeborn. I don't know how many Forgeborn they're hunting after, but the amount of time and energy they would have had to put together, someone is putting all this together, and I want to know why. Why are they after it?
That part I can't tell you. I don't know what they want with it. I just know that they wanted 3 vials, 3 Paragon class Lorium vials. They gave us a place to start looking. And the first one that we found, look, no offense, but it was with your robotic Rugrat.
All right, no. Okay, well, number 2. I'm trying to find a way to maybe probe deeper, maybe get some answers without, because I don't know which questions to ask, really. You know what I mean?
Fair. Okay.
So I'm
So
trying to
then we
find a
can-
way to like potentially probe deeper, but also
Yeah.
she's not a forgeborn. I don't want to break this person in
Okay.
any way
So
completely.
you can make a roll, and we can kind of see, what information you might be able to glean
Yeah,
in a
what did
little
you
bit
need
more of
for
an
the
abstract
role?
way.
What are we looking for as far as
Is investigation still a skill in Harbinger?
insight, perception, deception, diplomacy, intimidation?
Okay.
It is
So it sounds like
not a
maybe.
skill.
It sounds like maybe diplomacy.
Astrogation, lore, Astra, medicine, tech.
But investigation used to be intelligence based, right? And then wisdom was perception, and yeah.
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 So again, that's just like whatever you think might work the best.
Okay. Yeah. So let's just do it as a intelligence based roll then.
Intelligence roll. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Not bad, but not great. But I do believe I get advantage if I'm using. Yeah. So if I use. Just going to look in the notes here, but if I use Cabal of the Amber Tempest, I believe I have the ability to get advantage on my on perception or whatever sort of checks, like for mental checks or whatever. I'm just going to look at that space because it's a weird wording.
Is this a class or?
It's a class thing that I can do called Cabal of the Amber Tempest.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Cunning and Wile allow you to reshape the hearts and minds of those around you. You can add double your charisma modifier to a charisma deception check. You can do this a number of times.
Yeah, so like for instance, either enumerations or Cabal of Amber Tempest. I have enumerations too, which does allow me to, if I bump it up, it says your intuition sharpens to superhuman levels, granting you unique insight into the minds of those around you. You have advantage on all deception and diplomacy checks for 1 hour.
Okay.
So if I did it as a diplomacy check, or
I'm cool with that.
If it's an intelligence one,
especially now that you've kind of greased the wheels, so to speak. You got.
I can also use it as an intelligence check. It would give me advantage on any astrogation, lore, tech, or checks for an hour if I use enumerations.
Okay. So
my
I'm cool with you
would go up by 1.
Oh, that's a good point, because not everybody's, but I know several people's astrophase were pretty high.
Pretty high. Even when I did even if I did a rest, I'm still pretty high. So
let's see.
I'll let you know
you
what
would have had a short rest at this point.
Okay.
Probably. I don't know what that does for astrophade, but
yeah,
I'm good with with you doing it as either a intelligence based check or as a diplomacy.
Okay. Well, then if it's diplomacy and I get advantage on it, then I would have gotten, that's an 18 on the die. So that if it's a diplomacy check, then that's +6. So that's 25 or 24. Sorry, 24.
Okay, 24. All right. So you end up finding out that that she was supposed to be meeting the person who hired her, who actually paid her the glint, though she does suspect that it was not them directly who funded this. She gives you two names, Gavera Zinn and Sid Dorna. They're kind of a duo that work together a lot of the time. And I would imagine it's possible that at least one of you has had some dealings with them at some point before. And you know that they're the kind of people that will take, well, I mean, a lot like anybody in Chrome City, they'll take almost any kind of job. The money is almost always better than the morals in Chrome City, and they're certainly not any exception to that. You learn that she, again, believes that both Sept Aldemont and Wyrm Hole Industries are involved in this, and that it is tied to some kind of project that Wyrm Hole Industries has going on at a new space station that was originally built by Sept Aldemont and then somehow ended up in the hands of Wyrm Hole Industries. You also find out that the 3 Lorium vials that you are now in possession of, that they had tracked down the first one of them, the one that was in Peter's skull. The other 2, they were, well, the one that was in you, they were having some time tracking down. They had tracked it to the crime scene that you took it from, but then it seems like their trail had kind of gone cold. The third one, they were on the trail of finding, and you discovered that you were not the only person who was pursuing Cherium, and that had you not been there, that they might have intercepted her instead, or intercepted them instead. Let's see what else. She also is fairly certain that WHI has been keeping an eye on her. So she thinks that they may know that she's compromised. She's pretty sure that they know.
All right.
So yeah.
Very well. Thank you for your cooperation. I appreciate it.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
I'm glad I didn't have to pry into your mind to do that. So, with that being said, I believe Kahiti's offer was to make sure that you leave and are free to go about and live. Is that correct?
Yeah. Why does it
Good.
sound so fucking sinister when he says it? She kind of like leans around and like looks at Lucius.
Just be glad I'm not having my way.
Oh. 2 charmers.
He's worse than I am. Yes.
I can see that.
So
keep him on a chain.
So, yes. It seems as though we've come to compromise. I'll have Kahiti help you out. Everything will work out, and you'll be free to go and have a new life outside of here. Right?
It's, I can't help but ask, surely you can give me something. The information I gave you, it's got to be worth something to you. I know, I'm already getting a ride, yada. But, I'm walking away from a $64 million, a $64 million glint situation here. You know, I gotta start all over at the bottom of the fucking heap. Maybe, you know, a little
Right.
thank you would be nice.
Well, it would be. And he'll pipe it over the whisper link. Katie, I know we have a surplus now. Would it behoove us to send our new friend off with a care package?
If it comes out of your share,
Might do more damage than good, yeah. It's not gonna go as some fancy cruise ship.
No, but it's better for her to have something than nothing.
Might have a reward at the end, maybe.
The price of, I suppose it comes down to what is the price of silence.
Well, and here's the thing. We're gonna put her on a ship and she's gonna go on her little adventure, but she's gonna need to be able to grease the wheels while she's out there. So it's a
Agreed.
combination of making sure she stays silent, which we could
So-
just give her to Lucius and Lucius could handle that if we really wanted to go that way. But if we're sending somebody off, they're gonna have to have some.
She's not gonna be alone on that ship.
No, I know, but she's gonna be able to have to bribe her way
No, I mean,
through,
like,
through stuff.
well, let's see. Kahiti's intent was, and I was writing it down while we were getting information. My intent was to go get her passage as crew, like low level crew, using the connections that we have on a ship to Car, heading spinward out. So she's gone for a while. But the real intent was to try to find one of the ships that are on the Wraith's radar already, as needing an adjustment for how they treat the people on it.
Okay. Yeah.
Because the way he looks at it is, this is like, Kahiti looks at her as somebody who's not that different than a lot of the people he works with and who it is, right? Just different avenues, different motivations slightly.
Sure.
And putting her in that spot to kind of see why they do what they do. Best case scenario, she understands it after living a shitty life for a little bit. Worst case
Okay.
scenario, they're all there, and if she flips, they take care of her. That's part of the problem they take care of.
Mhm.
So that's what I
Okay.
was thinking. This is why the glint complicates things, but could
Sure.
be used by her handlers to help control.
Yeah. That makes sense. So like if she's got handlers that she can go to and
Yeah, if that's doable. If that's doable,
Yeah.
that's what we would do.
Yeah,
is I
we
would
got
set
we
it
got
up.
plenty of glint that we can throw around right now. So I say we pick a number, we give that as a send off, say, hey, use this.
That gets me to a point we're wanted to do for this aspect of it. So Kahiti's Voidborn. So do I know, like, we have a fuck ton of money. I know that, but
Yeah.
what is the context of that? Like, Kahiti
like,
also is
like
kind of
what,
looking at like,
what's
here, well,
reasonable for the economy of the ship.
not only that, but no, like Kahiti's looking at like a
Hmm.
group of people who have never been off planet or doesn't think they've ever been off planet, right?
Mhm.
Based off of who they are with that portion. And so they're like, we have 65 million glint, but he's also like, yeah, well, it's, you know, I know it's 2020 and spaceships cost billions, right? Like,
Right.
we have 64 million glint, but that, you know, if we need a private, quiet trip somewhere, that may not be very much.
Yeah, so I think that the kind of, you know, if you want super luxury travel accommodations, like $1 million a piece would probably cover that. Pretty much to any one of Bastion's moons. So you don't think that you have
about-
any problems as far as how much you have now?
Oh, yeah,
If
what
you're
about
trying to-
private transport? Like,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
yeah,
Like if you wanted
Like-
like a yacht,
No, I mean, like-
equivalent
yeah, I mean, like our own, like to be able to, like, you know,
to like purchase.
yep.
So yeah, that would probably be 20 to 30 million. with a crew to man it if you wanted.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what we keep in mind with that. So
Yeah,
still
for
think
sure.
we can give her a send off on it. So like I think Katie's be like, yeah, no more than say offer 3, don't go higher than 5, and make sure she knows she doesn't have access to it, but it's there if she needs it. And then I'm gonna finish up and come back in right after you tell her that, I guess, or right after you align on that.
That sounds good. All right, here's the offer. So we're gonna go give her 3. Just making sure I heard that correct. You want to give her 3 as a send off?
Yeah, I think Kahiti can pop back in on that time frame. Like if you guys are done,
Yeah.
I guess it's just for Jeremy. Jeremy, would I have
Mhm.
been able to secure all of that in time?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Yeah, I think Kahiti will just come back in then. Like look to Ulysses, be like, we happy?
I think we're agreeable, and now we just have to figure a way how to get what we need to get, and who exactly we're going after. We know the people, we don't know exactly who, though.
Got it, yeah. So then, sounds like we done with her?
We're done here.
Johnny, or should I say now, Perika. So good news, yeah. Got a ride. And you got a name. And Sylvan here, mate. Sylvan, look to Sylvan. Sylvan and the family gonna give you a new set of accreditations. Bad news is, yeah, it's a working ride. So you crewed up now. Short trip out to car and back. You'll be back in a few months, tops. Worst news. Only job we get, yeah, waste reclamation tech. So
I'm
good.
surprised.
Hey, look, good things. Yeah, you don't have to have skills. They'll find something for you to do. But if the more skill you have, better chance you're not just digging in shit. Yeah. So we're gonna go outside. We're gonna give you over to some friends who are gonna go on that ride with you. Good news. Ulysses says you were
Oh.
helpful. You were nice. They're gonna go ahead and keep the 3. I fucked that up. Whatever. 5 million
You're good,
glint
yeah.
for when you get back. You can use it if you need it, but not a whole lot to buy out there. So
So the babysitters hold the glint until we reach the destination.
until you prove you can hold it for it. Yeah. They don't know anything about you other than to keep an eye on you while you go. As he said, I promise, man of my word, I said you get a chance to let your wits and your talents rebuild your life. Yeah. But that doesn't mean it comes as a favor from us. You got to do that. And no one's going to trust you till you show them you can be trusted.
But they know that the glint's mine, so they don't fucking spend it all, right?
Yeah. And they know that I told them to hold on to it for you.
Yeah, they can hold it. Yeah, okay, I see. Well, I would say thanks, but, you know, shit is not really my favorite thing to do.
Better than dead.
Yeah, see, he's never been down there.
True.
And then walk her out so that we can plan without her around.
Yeah,
Pass her
absolutely.
off, and get her out of the way.
Okay, and gone goes Dejani Sarah. Okay,
And we're down to 60 million, Clint.
all right.
Oh, just 60 million. Just 60.
You're practically destitute. Cool. All right. So one of the things that I wanted to do too, and we can wait until break to implement it, but I do want to go ahead and have y'all level. It completely slipped my mind that y'all haven't done that yet because this was meant to only be a trilogy. It wasn't going to be a thing, but it would be a good idea to go ahead and have y'all do that. So, like I said, once we get to break or whatever, then we'll have you make whatever changes that you need to on your character sheets, or if you want to work on that slowly while we're kind of pressing on here. Okay. So again, you still have like you said, a fuck ton of glint on you. all of it is kind of on these 1,000 or with these 100,000 glint glancers. Is basically kind of like what each one of them holds. So it's you have like essentially like a duffel bag full of like gift cards that have been charged with a ton of
the large chip coin, or like the large chip squares that you get at the casinos.
Yep, exactly. Yep,
the $100,000 chip squares.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever the glint equivalent of that would be, or the glancer equivalent of that would be.
Yeah.
So I know that that's one of the things that you want to do is to shop, but I also know that there is still the Lorium vials that you also wanted to do. So
yes.
Let's do the Lorium.
Do next.
I think that getting all the answers we can makes the most sense.
Tying all the knots together before we make another move is a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, we're not going to get this trilogy to like part 9 unless we take our time.
Exactly. Right. Perfectly.
Oh man.
Hey, we're keeping Jeremy employed.
Right. I'm good. I'm good with that. So.
Okay, cool. So what do I need to do that, Jeremy?
Okay, so so you know that you have these 3 Lorium vials that are basically supposed to go together in some way, that they're somehow related to one another, or at least they're part of a collection, if you will, that somebody wanted to gather. One of them, or 2 of them rather, you have are loose. You have them with you. The third one, however, is a bit stuck at the moment. So I don't know how you want to try to access those. If you want to try to do them individually, if you want to try to put them together somehow.
Okay.
You tell me.
So what I would like to do. Ooh, okay. Here we go. What I'd like to do with Sylvan's help, I would like to do this. I would like to use my ability called Lorchist, and do one of the following. It says you can spend 1 hour accessing the Lorium vials to receive lore on a subject that you choose. The subject can be of a person, place, or an event. Once you retrieve the lore using this Lorium vial, you add double your proficiency to all lore checks relating to that particular subject. So what I'd like to do is do that, but I'd like for Sylvan to be able to help me connect the dots, basically. Like the technology in the Lorium vials, right? I don't know how to make all of the stuff connect, but I do know how to access it, So I guess that's my thing, is like I need tech help to get it all together. Sure. I just have the ability to access it.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So yeah, each one of these Paragon class Lorium vials is kind of like, again, it's like cutting edge technology, right? The Lorium vials have been around for a long time, and it's how data is stored and all that kind of stuff. And it is fueled, at least somewhat, with Astra. It's connected to the same technology that kind of powers everything. So these, though, they're Lorium vials that you have only really kind of heard of. It's technology that's not really supposed to be available anywhere yet. It's just supposed to be kind of what's coming. And so having the machinery to directly interact with them is hard to find. But luckily for you, you happen to have a fantastic junkyard smash and grab mechanist on your team. So I would imagine that he can probably whip something together for you, so that then give you, like you said, the access that you need to kind of manipulate the Lorium and the Astra inside to be able to dive into these memories and hopefully paint a picture.
All right, Sylvan. I'm going to need your help. So he places the 2 Lorium vials. I imagine we're in what the equivalent of Sylvan's like makeshift shop in this space, right? He's already probably had the chance to like put himself together, have a little makeshift shop.
Yeah.
I'm going to need your help. I have the ability to potentially read these. The only issue is that I don't know how they all connect. So what I'll need from you is one of them happens to be inside of me, I think. It's going to be very difficult. So I need all three of them synced up so that I can dive into their memories at the same time. Please tell me that that doesn't seem illogical.
It makes sense. I think we
Good.
can do it.
I thought I was going to be breaking myself for a moment. Okay, well.
I mean, we previously did the hookup with you,
Right. So it shouldn't
so we
be
could do
that-
roughly the same thing, and we can put something together to host the other two.
Does this mean what I think it means? How much power are we going to need for this? Your silence tells me everything.
That's a good question.
Probably at least 3 cocaine's worth.
Oh
Yeah.
God. Okay. Lucius.
Yeah.
Oh, as much as it pains me to say so. God. If I had a stomach, I would vomit. All right. I'm going to need your help.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh God.
Could you speak into my good ear?
Yes, I'm going to need your help.
Oh, all right. I'm pretty sure you already owe me at this point.
I know that, and we'll talk about logistics later. For now, as much as it pains me, I'm going, and he leans back into the chair. We're going to have Sylvan boot me in again, and I'm going to need you to do whatever it is you did before. The last time I tried to identify a memory. I don't have enough Astra to do it.
I thought you meant before. Thought I was gonna have to do some kind of dance.
No, just
Okay.
fade me out, I guess. Is that what the kids call it these days? I don't know.
You need some help there? Yeah.
Yes. Just do it before I regret it. Do it before
Well, I'm
I
already
regret
hurting, but you know what? Here we go.
it. The son of a bitch!
Fantastic. Okay. Sylvan, give me a tech roll. You're muted.
$19 on the die plus proficiency.
Hey, there you go.
So 22, because I don't have double proficiency on that.
Okay. Okay. So Sylvan, you've managed to get this rig basically put together that will read the information, the Lorium that is stored inside of these Paragon class vials. and you basically kind of get the last one kind of plugged in and soldered together or what have you by the time that Lucius is giving the dose of fade to Ulysses. Ulysses, you're like set up. This is not like the chair that was in Sylvan's shop down in the landfill. This is more like a recliner that has like an IV pole that's been like set next to it. That kind of shit,
Perfect.
And it's like, covered with like part of an Afghan and like duct tape. This is definitely like not the ideal situation to be doing this kind of shit in.
Doing some high tech stuff in a basement. There you go.
Yeah, this is Chrome City. This is how this shit goes down. So you kind of fall back in the chair whenever it's euphoric, at least initially, this kind of rush that you feel into your system whenever the fade kind of floods in. And just about the time that you feel like you're going to just bust out of your own skin, you find yourself in a completely different place. Some different time, perhaps even. You are about as far removed as you can imagine from the grime, from the constant feeling of uncleanliness that Chrome City gives you. In this place, there are sleek lines everywhere you look. Almost hard to find a complete straight edge here. The surfaces are all squeaking clean. And you can see that that marbled effect that the reflection of water kind of gives to waves of light that pass through it, dancing on the floor and the walls and the ceiling. And when you turn around, you can see a large glass curved wall that is filled with water. Like water that you can see through. More than just a few inches. You can see shadows several feet into this tank. And inside, there's not only plants, but there are animals that are swimming around inside this water. Animals with huge teeth and large fins. It takes you a moment to realize that these aren't synthetic. These aren't robotic. These aren't forge-born versions of animals. These appear to be real animals. And as you're kind of standing just outside of this tank, kind of marveling at this, there's a figure that steps up beside you. And you realize when you look over to see them that you're pretty short. That this person towers over you. This older gentleman who is very much kind of wearing what looks like a uniform of some type. And you can see these mods. One of them, a large plate kind of on the side of his shaved head, glowing as the lights kind of dance and move and change and shift. He turns his kind of weathered, bearded face down towards you to look at you, and there's a kind of a weak smile that pulls up the corner of one side of his mouth, and he says in kind of a low and gravelly voice, "They're impressive, aren't they?"
Can I respond?
Yes.
I've never seen anything like this before.
There are a few who have. Well, that one, and he kind of like points to one of the largest. That one is called a shark. They are a meat eater, a carnivore. Very dangerous.
What is this place?
Well, I told you when I brought you here. This is called an aquarium. This is something that other planets, unlike Cadians, they tend to keep these kinds of things for viewing wildlife. These would be creatures that are found on some of the oceans on the planets that have them.
An aquarium.
Do you know why it is that you were created? And he kind of like kneels down next to you to get on your level.
I'm not sure yet.
Here. And he reaches down and kind of grabs your hand and kind of pulls it up. You realize that your hands are small. Your hands are the hands of a child. You definitely still see the seams between the paneling that's present on Forgeborn that shows that they're not quite organic.
Right.
And he picks your hand up and kind of raises it up towards the glass. Go ahead. Place your hand right here. Now, think about what it is that you see and the way that it makes you feel. Don't tell me about it. Just think it.
I thought feelings. I thought Forgeborn. Okay.
Just concentrate. Don't try to solve it like a mathematical equation or a formula. Just think about how you feel when you look inside this aquarium.
Okay.
And he'll just stare at it for a moment.
And what kind of
Staring
feelings
through-
come to his mind? Yeah, please, go ahead.
Staring through these eyes that clearly, in the moment, is a mixture of this feeling of they are his, but they're also not his. He's aware of his size. He's aware of his normal stature. He's aware of all these things, but in the moment, he feels this and he closes his eyes and he just feels the serenity and the calm of the water. He feels and listens specifically for the sounds, like that soft aquarium fan, like the slight bubbles of the
aerator.
The aerator in the tanks. He listens to all of the fish moving about the space, and it's that serenity that brings him that peace and that calm. And there's this weird sensation in him because Ulysses is at a crossroads. If this brings me so much peace, why am I worried? Why am I scared? There's, why would he be fearful? But in this moment, that fear that he had initially going into the memory is now washed over like a holy water, and gives him this peace and serenity kind of to sit in this memory. It feels nice, calming, peaceful.
Now look. And looking at your hand, you can see. So I'm sure that you've probably interacted with one of these things before, Chad. These I don't know what they're called, but the plasma balls where you put your hand on the outside of the glass.
Oh yeah.
Like jump to your hand, and everywhere where it touches skin, it becomes like intense and bright. So it's
Right,
kind
okay.
of like that in reverse. Like it seems to originate from where your hand is touching this glass. And what is kind of moving outwards slowly and kind of starting to extend and expand, you're watching as the purest electric blue Astra is reaching out away from your hands through the water. And you realize through the way that this is making you feel that this isn't generating Astra, this is collecting Astra. Or more appropriately, it's filtering the blue Astra out of everything in the water. They start to kind of change color, the water around some of the plants in the formations in the fountain. The rest of the fish and the sharks, they all kind of swim away, somewhat in fear. But you watch as you draw the blue Astra out of everything that is in the veins of this tendril, these tendrils that are kind of extending out away from your hand. There, that's enough. And he kind of reaches up and very kind of gently removes your hand from the aquarium. And he kind of takes and turns you towards him. Do you see?
What was that?
You, like the rest of my children, you are so very special. You can separate the different colors of Astra. You can purify them just with your thoughts. There are many who can manipulate the energies that we know as Astra. And many of them can manipulate the specifics of the colors of Astra, but never before has there been one who could purify the Astra into its individual colors on their own. Until you. You are very, very special. And he stands back up and kind of puts his hand on your back and turns both of you back towards the aquarium. And in the surface of the glass, Ulysses, you see your own face reflected. It is not Ulysses' face that you see, however. It is the face of Peter.
Okay. Whoa. Who? I think in that moment, I want to get more information. I want to know who this man is. I want to know why this is here. I want to know all these things. So rather than trying to leave the state of the dream, I want to see if I can push Peter to explore the station a little more. Just because I want to get a bearing. I see this tank, I know where I'm at, but I don't know where I'm at. I want to get, if there's a way to get to an outer window, there's a way to look at an outer window, something that will give me some contextual space of where we're at, what time we're at, all that kind of stuff. Anything that will give Ulysses that information, I want to try to do that.
Okay. You move towards an exterior window, and you're able to look out. And immediately you recognize the signs of space. You can see, the fields of stars and the myriad kind of rainbow colors of the various nebulas and things in the distance. You might be able to see one or two of the moons that kind of orbit Bastion. You probably see Bastion looming somewhere in your field of vision. And you realize that below you, where this space station seems to be positioned in orbit. You recognize this planet, but you don't know why. You don't know it by name. There's something in you that is flooded with familiarity, that nostalgia of positive and negative emotion whenever you set eyes on this moon. But about that time, the door beside you slides open, and inside the door, even though that doesn't look like what should be on the other side of this door, you see a laboratory. And in that laboratory, you see the same aged old man who was standing next to you at the aquarium just moments before, standing at a table working on something.
I go, if my body can take this and I can keep going, I don't know how long this lasts for an hour. So Peter will walk in and look at what he's doing, because I want to get as much information as I can from this memory before I pull.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so you turn and you walk through the door beside you, and as you're passing through the threshold, you can see the markings, authorized personnel only, as you kind of cross through this door into this very well appointed laboratory. And as I said, this man is standing at this table, kind of feverishly working at like a hollow screen, like a hollow glancer that's kind of floating above the table. As you enter, he kind of looks over his shoulder. Alessi, come here, please, quickly.
He's talking to me?
Seems to be.
Okay. And what did he call me?
Alessi.
Alessi. Okay.
I'll put it in our chat here.
Okay. Seeing the familiarity and seeing everything that I think I'm gonna say something. Papa, what are you working on?
He kind of turns and looks. I'm not used to you referring to me by that. That's what the children call me. Are you feeling all right, Alessi?
I'm sorry. I am. It might be a feelings overload from earlier with the aquarium. What are you working on?
Again, he kind of looks at you strangely. But then seems to be drawn back into what it is that he's focused on. Well, look here. Come. Look at these numbers. As you move beside him, you realize you're no longer the size of a child. You're no longer that height. You're closer to his height. And your body, as you move, feels different. As you move up beside him, he points to the screen, moving a few things around on it. He says, Now, look here, Alessi, if you pay attention, these are the readouts from the last several tests that have been run. Not only are these astrofoils that we have been building inside of the children, not only are they capable of sorting, filtering out the different colors of Astra, but look at this, look at this. Look at what happens to the Astra that's present around them whenever they are using their gifts. And you can see, for some reason, this readout, though it doesn't really make any sense to Ulysses, it's almost like you're still benefiting from the understanding of whoever it is memory that you're reliving. And so while you're not able to work through the interpretation of this data, you're kind of sensing the outcome of that calculation. And what that seems to be saying to you is that this is suppressing Astra. Every technology that is running on Astra, anybody who seems to be trying to manipulate Astra in the presence of one of these children, when they are using their purification, it is dampening all other Astra use to the point where it's basically nil. This is incredible. Does this make sense to you? How could this be?
Taking that in, his cadence switches from child to adult to trying to manipulate the presence of this particular entity using the memories that he has. If I need to roll a deception roll or whatever, I'll do that. But what I'd like to do is, Elise would say, fascinating. Honestly, have we made a breakthrough?
I don't know. Potentially. All of a sudden, the screen in front of you flashes red, and a separate window, if you will, kind of pops up that dominates the screen, and it says access denied. What? No. That's it. He starts pressing on the glancer screen, and nothing seems to work.
Jeremy, I'm gonna look down at my hands. Are these also hands of a forgeborn?
They are.
Okay. Sir, if you wouldn't mind, allow me.
Please, yes, of course. He kind of steps out of the way.
And using the Elise's memories as best of my ability, if there's a way for me to help give this man access to those, because I want to know what he knows. If there's a way to unblock this and find out more, I want to find out more.
Okay.
Yeah.
You start with the deafness of Elise, you start kind of delving into the situation, trying to figure out what's going on. And effectively, again, you're the benefit of the back end of her understanding of her work. And what you come to realize is that something or someone is basically moving all of this data. It is being copied to a different location and deleted here in the original location very, very quickly. And the clearances that the doctor that you're standing beside and that the clearances that you have are very quickly starting to be stripped back.
You need to take everything and pull it as soon as you possibly can.
What do you mean? What's happening?
They're blocking every clearance that we've had. Everything. I don't know who, and I'll work on trying to figure that out. But until then, I need you to do this.
Okay. I cannot believe that this is happening.
If you want to save our work, you need to do this. Now go. I'll take care of it on my end.
Thank you, Elise. And he turns and he leaves the room in a hurry. As he does so, you look up. You look up and you see your reflection in like a mirror-covered camera that kind of is in the corner of the ceiling of the room. And you realize you are the Forgeborn that Cherium dug out of the landfill.
Oh, shit. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. Oh, okay. Man. So I feel like I'm getting close to the end. of the amount of pull I have on this.
You think that that's probably the second Lorium vial that you've just gone through.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we know that someone was trying to block their purging technology. Interesting. I want to keep going, but that means that I have to access mine now. Whatever was in me, I have to access that one.
Correct.
Because I've accessed Peter's, I've accessed Elise's. Now we're accessing me. So I imagine, I don't know what it looks like on the other end watching Ulysses go through this, but the next dive, I'm going to try, before leaving Elise's body, I want to try to find out who the doctor is specifically. I'd like to see if there's anything on the desk, anything around his workstation that identifies his name.
Sure. Okay, so this one I think is going to be an intelligence because this is kind of investigatory.
That's totally fine. I will take that because I also get an advantage on that for the hour that I'm doing this. So
perfect.
I pulled up. I got a 13 on the first roll, and that's about it because I don't get any other. It does give me proficiency. Yeah, proficiency on all lore checks. So that would be 15 plus 2. 13 plus 2, so 15 total.
Okay. All right. So you find that, in one of the notices or whatnot, where it's talking about the pulling back of like security clearances, or one of the particular levels that's being kind of revoked, that you see this person's name. His name is Dr. Jaman Avav Marville. I'll put it in our chat here. About that time, you hear a voice behind you, and turning around, you see Dr. Jaman, who is standing at what looks like a convenience store stand, like this counter where he is being sold some kind of snacks essentially. And you get the feeling that you're supposed to be meeting him here, but that it's meant to be very discreet.
Okay. I take a seat. If it's like some sort of convenience store, and maybe it has is it like one that has any seats or anything around, or?
So again, just like with the lab and just like with the aquarium, this place too seems to be the same place, perhaps even the same. It seems to be the same maker. It seems to maybe even be the same space. This looks like the kind of almost like a mini mall that would be set up somewhere so that people who lived on some kind of space station or ship long term could do their shopping, that kind of thing, that could afford to get snacks or what have you. And he seems to be kind of standing in this small little cafe, and there are small little tables and things like that, where you could take a seat if you'd like. There's people milling about all over throughout here.
Yeah, I'm going to approach Marvell.
You approach him, and he's dressed differently now. He doesn't seem to be wearing the uniform that he was wearing before. He doesn't scream sept quite as loudly as he was in the first two memories that you found yourself in. But as you kind of approach where he is standing, and you take a seat nearby at a table, he kind of turns around from the counter after making his purchase and moves over to the table. May I take this other seat?
Not knowing who I not knowing who I am at the moment,
Mhm.
not knowing what exactly will come out of my mouth, I just simply say, absolutely, feel free.
Thank you. And he kind of sits down in the chair. And for a long moment, he kind of sits, just kind of enjoying his snack. And there's this like tense silence between you. And you can tell that he's trying his best to pretend like he doesn't know you. Would you like some? And he kind of offers his snack in your direction.
Again, I'm going to check the hands because I got to make sure. Forgeborn?
You are Forgeborn, yet again.
No, thank you. I appreciate the offer, though.
Of course. This is not the kind of thing that I typically engage in, but there are 3 individuals that need to be smuggled off of the station. Well, 2 individuals in one of these. And he kind of like very discreetly reveals in his hand a Paragon class Lorium vial. I was hoping that since you were a Forgeborn, perhaps you could help smuggle the 3rd out. But I need assurances that the other 2 will be safe as well.
The Forgeborn takes it in his hand, takes it in their hand and looks at it. Can I see anything of reflection off of the Lorium vial?
Yeah, you can kind of like angle it in the light of this place. He kind of almost like puts his hand up to kind of shield you from making it too obvious that that's what you're holding. But you're still able to kind of like get a little bit of a reflection, and it takes you a second. But it comes in like a flash, the recall that you feel. The last time that you saw this face, it had leveled a gun at you. You are currently Parika, the Forgeborn that was in possession of Peter and Wendy whenever you had to put her down in her hideout. She's where you found the Lorium vial that is currently stuck inside your head.
Everything's coming together now. Wow. Okay. So I take this. I keep it safe. And then you want me to acquire 2 others.
No. I have the 2 others already.
Oh.
I need you to help them. Listen, I know that with your contacts with the children of Awara, that you will be able to get the 3 vials off of the station.
Well, that's entirely possible, yes. I could. Contacts are good. I could speak to Kahiti. I'm sure he would help.
Yes. Names are not important. This is very delicate, and I'm afraid it's also very timely. I don't know if your people will be able to help, but this information must get to them. It is
what's in it for the
absolutely
family?
vital.
The question I have for you is what's in it for the family?
Listen, WHI plans to implement these Astra-foils all over Cadians, all throughout Chrome City. The technology that is being used will cease to exist. Astra fuels everything that everyone uses to live. It will no longer function unless you pay Wyrm Hole Industries for the right to be able to use Astra the way that they are using it freely now. Is this not the message of your people?
Ooh. To protect the family. To protect people.
Protect
We'll
everyone.
do it. We'll do it.
Good. I will give you whatever glint that I can manage, but I'm afraid that it's not much. I just want... This cannot be allowed to happen. Will you do it?
Don't worry. I'll keep it safe.
He visibly seems to relax and just kind of nods. About that time, Ulysses, you feel yourself falling backwards, being weighed down, almost as if the entire world's weight, the gravity around you was starting to increase and push down upon your shoulders and in at the sides of your temples. And Lucius, you realize that Ulysses is crashing. He's coming down, and he's coming down fast and hard. Within moments after that, Ulysses, you're not sober, but this experience, this exploration of the contents of these Lorium vials comes to a very abrupt end, and you are now kind of in the throes of coming down off of this pretty high dose of fate.
Yeah. So considering that, I don't know how many fade points you want to jump me up to, but I was already at 6 before the drop. So.
Okay. Do this. You were in 3 different vial. Well, that wasn't tied to that. So roll me a d4. We'll do that.
D4. I happen to have one. Okay, here we go. 3.
Okay, so your Astra fate goes up by 3 points.
Good God. Okay, I'm at 9 now.
9, eh? All right, so we're gonna need another roll from you.
Jesus.
This one is gonna be a D20.
Oh, a D20?
We're on the big boy chart now.
Okay. Okay, I rolled a 15 on a D20.
15. Okay. Wow. All right. Astra deadens your reflexes. Permanently reduce your dexterity by 1 point.
Oh.
Damn.
Oh my God, my guy. I hate it. Permanently reduce my dexterity by 1 point.
Yep.
So instead of a 16, I now have a 15. Is that what I'm saying?
Okay.
Is that what
Yep.
Or is that
so?
And so then my dex bonus goes down to +2.
No. No. Wait. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure enough.
But you know what? It's okay. I got to level up. So
there you go.
I'll fix that.
Yeah. So,
I can fix
how is it that this effect of this this drug, this street narcotic, has wreaked this kind of specific havoc on Ulysses's body?
So I imagine it's very similar to the euphoria you get when coming off of a drug or off of like just anything, right? Coming off of a high of any kind, you feel that sluggish, like especially that super sluggish intention, that super sluggish intensity. And I imagine it's like he's got dead limbs for a good hour after being in this state, because he's been sitting in this state for about an hour. Everything, his whole body is just trying to get that the motor functions back, but it's very like he's been locked in rigid in a state for so the rigidity of his joints, it's very like Tin Man-esque, where it's like he can't function, he can't move all of his joints like he used to. Oh. Oh, thank you for that, Ulysses. Lucius. Thank you.
Almost lost you there for a second.
Almost lost myself there, honestly. Okay, well, he tries to get up and like wobbles like a brand new newborn calf, you know. He goes directly over to Kahiti. I want to tell you that I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't know. And had I known, Parika was trying to get them out. I didn't know that. And that's on me. So I want to say that I'm sorry. If any of my actions hurt you or the family.
Sit down, Ulysses. Parika knew what she was doing. To be truthful, we didn't know what she was doing. We lost contact with her months before you ran into her.
She stopped contact because she was asked to find the Lorium vials and to get them off planet. She didn't want to involve the family, although she was thinking about contacting you.
If she did, she had reason.
She knew. She made a deal with a doctor, Dr. Marvell. I believe that we've known about this man. But he wanted to get them off because WHI. Oh, there's so many memories. His eyes are like glaring still with the yellow Astra that's just flooded. It's like turning on headlights while speaking to him. Dr. Marvell had created something. What did he call it? Jeremy, you're gonna have to help me here. It is a.
I just put it in the chat.
Yeah, there we go. He created something called an Astra-foil. It's a type of forgeborn. At least I think it's a type of forgeborn. And my Peter was an Astra-foil. It's a type of forgeborn that is able to siphon energy from organic states. At least that's what I understand it to be. The memory is difficult, but WHI wanted to shut them down. If they can somehow prioritize this, they can control the Astra. Pay to play with your Astra. At least that's what I feel like I can gather. If a company has control of the way that Astra is used,
then it's not free anymore. It's not organic. It's not pure. It's
control.
yes.
It's what they do with everything. Yeah, that's why we exist.
Corporate control.
And then I think Kahidi would be like, "Did you get that, Wada?" Because there's no way that this place isn't bugged. Also, for our end, if it's our safe house, so that we basically keep the like it doesn't get hidden from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now I know why I'm here, what I'm doing. Yeah. The question is, what are you all doing? This is way I see it. You don't have a lot of choice. Yeah. If they know what's in your head, we can try to hide you. Yeah, but good luck. Right.
Right. No sense in hiding what you. No sense in hiding, right?
Yeah. So
Well,
yeah, I mean, you fucked. Like you're fucked. I'm fucked. That's fine. Yeah.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you for
Sylvan.
putting it so kindly.
Sylvan, though, it's up to you. Yeah. Like you've been a good friend to us. You've helped the family a ton. You don't owe anything past here. A lot of glint. Got your shop. It's on you.
Yeah, but if what he's saying is right, it's not just about protecting Ulysses, Peter, and Wendy. It's about protecting everyone down under. Because there's no way we can afford to pay to play for what we essentially breathe. I'm in.
Glad to hear it.
Well,
Welcome to the
then,
family. Yeah.
I
Family.
think we know where we're going.
Still to Lucius. Yeah. This, what we're doing, what we're going to go is, well, could be fun. Yeah. But, not going to be safe. Not going to be smart to go.
He points at his metallic thumb at his chest, and Astra goes off for you guys, and it's a bad day. Astra goes off for me, and I have no more days. So I gotta kind of take my metal foot here and stick it up their ass. Then hopefully, maybe I can get the fuck off this rock.
Oh, I think you're going to get the fuck off this rock, whether you like it or not next. Yeah. Good. So we're all in. We're all in. Happy times.
All in.
Yay. So now we got to get your kids way the fuck away from here. Yeah. And not to put a too fine a point on it. Anyone else got anybody else they maybe give a shit about? Be a good time to speak up now.
Just
Excellent.
have someone start boxing up my shop.
I think this is actually where we're going to go ahead and take our break. So, yeah, make your plans for anybody that you want to include as far as trying to get them off rock to safety, etc. Kind of trying to see if you can't finalize a little bit of your shopping lists. Level up if you have the time and the desire to do so on our break. Everybody take another point of inspiration if you don't already have one. If you have one already, it's fine to take a second one. I don't have a problem with that. Cool. So, 10 minutes. We're going to take a break, go to the bathroom, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, refill your drinks, etc., etc. This has been amazing so far. I'm so excited to finally be kind of like peeling back some of these layers and stuff, and I'm really happy to figure out how how all of this aftermath is going to play into things. So sit tight. We will be right back with our second half of episode 4 of our trilogy, Trickle Down. It helps. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break. How's everybody doing? Hopefully, everybody is having a good Monday so far, or whatever day it is that you happen to watch this. I hope that that day has gone well. Also, so yeah, we're gonna dive back into the second part of what we have planned this evening for episode 4 of our Chrome City trilogy here, called Trickle Down. This has been a lot of fun. Just this whole game and being able to kind of slowly unveil all of these synergistic story threads, and I'm really eager to see how Act 3, I guess, is probably kind of where we're kind of moving in the story. So I'm really kind of excited to see what is going to happen in Act 3. So yeah, without further ado, I think we're going to dive back in. So we find the 4 of you here still in this this Wraith safe house here at the Lawman spaceport is kind of what it's called colloquially. The spaceport awaiting your ride that you're going to try to get off of Cadians and into space with what sounds like the likely scenario of heading towards this space station owned by Wyrm Hole Industries, and to put a stop to the development of something called Astra-foils. You've just learned that it seems like these Astra-foils, in fact, are actually Forgeborn that are somehow being manipulated, manufactured to separate Astra and purify it, but also to dampen it, and that this WHI seems intent on capitalizing on that, the implementation of these Astra-foils. So, back on the station, you have more money than you might know what to do with at the moment. A lot of glint. You still have upwards of 60 million glint on hand, and we've got to figure out what you plan on doing with that. So, is there any other fallout about the conversation for anybody who has other people they care for that they want to make sure to get off Moon? I know Sylvan mentioned that he wants someone to pack up his shop and somehow get that to him. Anybody else? Or, if not, what next?
Yeah, for me, it's just if someone could pack up the shop, so if we do wind up having to ultimately abandon the moon, that
Yeah,
I've got
I think
my
that's
stuff.
absolutely something that you could do. Again, it seems like the Children of Awara kind of have people that are plugged in kind of all over the city.
Yep.
I'm sure, that, again, you have enough money that it doesn't, even if that, isn't a possibility, that you could certainly pay someone to do so. So somebody will head down. And if the plan is to try to take a long rest before you seek passage off-world, then that would be plenty of time for somebody to pack it up and get it to you.
Yeah, so I think Katie's thoughts on this too, and basically for the group is, so the way I see it, we got a couple choices. Yeah, we send the families, Ulysses, your kids. I'm sorry, they're not going to come with us. Yeah, we send them some other key people. Lucius, if you've got anybody, Sylvan, I know you care about your shop. We'll get your stuff for us. We send them quiet transport, working ship, find them jobs. We do that, yeah. Send them out towards Drift Market. Let them sit in the drift. It's not a bad place to be, but it's busy enough they can stay under the radar. Us, we got a different option, yeah. way I see it, we got two ways. We got a lot of money, right? With what Parika was working on, and with what Ulysses, what you found, I'm not going to have too much trouble getting us some extra help if we need it. We can either crew our own small ship out to wherever we're going. Do we even know where this place is yet? Yeah, got a map on this thing.
I
So
feel like I know where it's at now, at least to a certain degree.
okay, space is big, yeah, like big, yeah, like
Yeah.
like take small, make it big, and then big, and
Just
then big.
up at that glancer. I
Right.
want to know how to read it, but didn't it say and show the?
Right, that one. Yeah, Ulysses would grab the glancer with the space station schematics on it.
So where is this at then, Jeremy? Do we know where we're going?
Do we have a heading, essentially?
Okay.
Yeah, we like what moon or whatever we're near.
Yeah. So when you investigate and kind of dig into this a little bit, it might even require a little bit of a little bit of quick work by Sylvan. You can determine the coordinates for where the last known location, essentially, of this space station are. Even though Ulysses saw that it was in orbit of a moon, it doesn't list an actual like moon's orbit as a part of that last known location. So it's a little
that
strange.
Actually ties our hands a bit more, yeah. So our own ship, some of the wraiths help crew up, get some civilians help crew up, fly out, live a life unprotected, on our way to a place we don't know where it is, or we try to board up as crew on a bigger ship, try to lay low, and hope we're going in the right direction. I know I'm fine with option one, but ship that we can crew is going to be small. Yeah, that means it's good to hide. It's good not to be seen, but also you're kind of low man on the pole. Yeah, they're going to come after you if you get seen. So may not be the safest, may not be the best.
I got an idea. What's to stop us from buying a ship with some guns on it, and we just fly up there and we just blow the shit out of that station?
We could try that, yeah. Don't know that 65 million going to get you something to take down a station. Stationary defenses. Yeah, I mean.
What? I got more ideas about blowing this place up. Do we need it?
We can definitely blow things up. We probably have to get on.
I don't know, man. You know, I'm really good at blowing things up. And I think if we took something, right, like a ship or even like something in tow, and we just fly it into it, and we pack it full of stuff that goes boom. Do we need this place? I mean, we can just blow it to hell.
Why does it seem like... I think we were linked too long. I think I'm starting to agree with you, and I don't like that feeling.
Next time I get to do the dive, though, man.
Sure. Share in the experience as it is, right? Yes.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very well. And
just as a small point of clarification, also, and please feel free to absolutely keep your stance, Ulysses. But through tripping through the memories, you saw a lot of people that looked like they were employees of Wyrm Hole Industries
Oh.
That's
on
that's where
board.
Kahiti was gonna
Just
go
as-
anyways with
yeah.
that. Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
like again, like
Civilians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
not everybody on the Death Star was a stormtrooper, right?
Right. And
Exactly.
I think that realization. There's this moment where he's getting ready to agree with Ulysses or Lucius, and he's like, as much as I don't like them as a business, as a corporation, the people that work there are not the problem. It's the corporation that's the problem. So you can't necessarily go and destroy the whole thing because they're all innocent. They don't know what they're doing is wrong. So we have to do this a little more subversive. So I like option 1, smaller manned crew and ready to go in there quietly so that we can get our bearings and attack who we need to attack. I don't think everyone is responsible. And if we can get in and out quietly, that'll be better than anything.
Gotta be honest, you lost me at corporation, and I don't. Are we still blowing it up? I heard blow up.
No.
I specifically
no.
heard you say
I
blow
know
it
what
up.
I
It's
know
not-
what I said.
It'll be
not off-
sad for
It's
the
not
people
going-
who
we're not
work
going
there.
to
I
blow it up.
understand.
It's not
but
off the table, right? It's not off the table,
It's
but
not
I'm
off
just
the
saying,
table, but we
we're
don't.
gonna
That's a
pull the
last
fire
resort
alarm
situation,
and
okay?
then we blow it up, right?
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, like, look, I appreciate this is wonderful, but not to be too cute about it. This is what we do. This isn't new to us. This is what the family's for. This is what we do. And on that note, too, if I think I would be pulling a water in for this aspects of it, right? What Parika found, yeah, Parika was finding for us, yeah. That's what we do. We're not normally moonbound. We're not fucking living on the lands. Yeah, we live in the stars. We live in the void. Control's nothing new to us. They control us everywhere they can. Astra is just another fucking lever to use. Air, water, rations, Astra, Awara. It's what we care about. It's what we do. It's what everything happens to us. So we're going to go in and we're going to do what we always do. We're going to get the people out who need to get out. And we're going to send a message to the people who are fucking with the means of survival.
Agreed.
Still buying some bombs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're going to need to buy a lot of shit. Yeah. And so then I think the first thing we would be looking for is passage for Peter, Wendy. So yeah, Peter, Wendy, the Squig, Katira on that one, which I'll have to work out.
Mhm.
That'll be fun. And getting all of Sylvan's stuff loaded up for basically the as like the repair shop on whatever we can buy shipwise. And then shipwise, I don't know, do they have a thing on ships for this game? I think it's combat.
They have
do,
information, but it doesn't have prices and stuff listed. So it has like game stats and
Information
stuff.
on like
but-
what size and where you would go and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah. So like, we're just going to kind of ballpark it a little bit, like we set, like basically a pleasure yacht, like a personal pleasure yacht at like 20 to 30 million. So we'll just kind of go from there as a basis. I'm not going to get too worried
We
about.
definitely don't
exact.
want anything big.
No, I
right?
think
It's
Tahiti would
just
be
like-
looking
Sure.
for like something mining related, right? Or scavenging related, utilitarian, that you can armor without like people paying, like a smuggler ship. That's what we're really looking for, right? Like,
Okay, like a freighter.
yeah, but like something definitely non-corporate, like privateerish, still allowed,
Okay,
kind of a deal,
sure.
right?
Okay. Yeah, Chad, thank you for bringing that up. I forgot that Ulysses had lost a hand in the last fight.
So I've lost a hand. I've got Astra sea legs, and yeah, man, I am not looking fancy right now, but that's
Nope.
okay. We're
So-
gonna go in there guns blazing.
You get new legs.
Yeah.
You get to buy a new hand, or
Oh no, it's not even gonna be a
replacement.
hand. I'm gonna replace it. I'm not even gonna replace it with a hand. I think in this situation, he's gonna go full like Gatlin hand, like like a Gatlin hand.
Final Fantasy
Whatever I
VII.
could the equivalent of
A wrist cannon.
It's
wrist
just a cannon.
yeah.
Perfect.
I would recommend everyone remember a space, yeah. Bullets, space. Yeah.
It's an Astra cannon. Though you
Big.
know
Exactly.
nothing
Exactly.
like Mancer fuel out of a gun.
Okay, wait, Peter and Wendy, you sure you're not gonna get an Astra hook?
Oh yeah, I should just full on yellow Astra hook. Yeah,
I don't know. I mean that.
Wonderful.
it's a grappling hook.
You know, it was the croc that took your hand.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
No.
Perfect. Okay, so in order to talk to somebody to find like a safe passage for I hate to call them incidentals, but you know, the second
Collateral
ring
damage.
of concern, the non-PCs, you would probably want to talk to a character known as Farsight. They are situated in the old subway station connection. Basically, that's kind of down in the bowels of the spaceport here. And if you're looking to, so that would be the person to speak for like passage on ships and possibly even ships themselves. If you're looking for anything else, like upgrades, weapons, bombs, that kind of thing, then you need to speak with someone who is known as Seishin Erizumi, who is also known as the Graffitied Ghost. He is a black market guru that kind of operates here in the Lawman.
Lot to do, yeah. What do you think? We could all hug and hang out and be all good friends running around together and draw a crowd, or we can divide and conquer, yeah. So, Ulysses, I think you and I got someone to go see about a ride. Sylvan, Lucius, you wanna go get essentials?
Yep.
Yeah.
So on that note, and I guess I just don't know because the game mechanics wise, like there's some things that like looking at the equipment list, I'm sure we can go to town and not really put a drop in some things.
Oh yeah.
But availability wise, is there anything not available?
I mean, this is kind of a spaceport, and this Chrome City is a very lucrative place where things come legally and illegally. So I imagine having access to a black market specialist who's situated here in the spaceport, there's probably not going to be much that's going to be difficult to find.
Cool.
So unless it's just something really wacky or weird or out there, basically I reserve the right to say no, but go nuts.
Cool. Then I think Kahiti will, before he lets Sylvan and Lucius go do their thing, is just gonna like give a list, and I'll type it in the chat, a list of the
Okay.
common crap that I want. But moreover, you kind of look to Sylvan and be like, look, yeah, it's not like down on the piles. Yeah, there's options for some of the stuff up here. So if you can, perhaps get up you see a Dragoon set, you know, see what you can do for that. And then I'll give you a list of the mods I want. If not, yeah, carbonic, you know, they're good for that up here. And then take off. With you.
Before we all take off and go our separate ways, I must say that I got an expense I need to pay before I try to head off moon, even if it's our own ship. Otherwise, we might not make it.
Are you owing debts again?
Wow, these parts didn't come for free, man. I was in a hospital bed, you know. These serial numbers, they
had to get
Yeah,
filed off somehow.
wow. Look the other way, Ulysses. That's all I ask.
You've got me this far? Sure, why not? For old time's sake.
You take it out of my cut, but
I feel like we're old. He looks at you and he's like, after this, we can go our separate ways, do whatever we like. But you all have done a great deal for not only me, but for each other. So I feel like, God, I'm going to say it. I feel like we're family now. So I feel like.
Don't say that shit, because I didn't do anything for you. I did it for your kids.
But you
seem like an all right father, and I didn't have one. So
but you did do
just
it
keep
for
your
me,
words.
so.
Keep your words. Keep your words. You owe me a dive. Remember that.
A dive for a dive. Understood. Whenever we get off safely, I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
All right. So where are we headed first? We headed to talk ships, or we headed to talk others, miscellaneous?
I say Lucius Sylvan, it's all you.
Cool.
Okay. So you are to ask after the incidentals? Incidentals? Yep. Okay. So you are headed to speak with Seishin. All right. So you head down to a couple of levels lower than where you've kind of been hanging out recently. And you make your way to a place that you realize it's become more guarded. There's more security around, but not in the way of like spaceport security. These are people that you're slowly starting to realize are hired guns. They're the part of the graffitied ghosts security team, keeping an eye on things. They don't stop you, they don't slow you down, but they're definitely keeping an eye on you. And the further you go, the more you're being watched. Eventually, you get to a place where this spot looks like at one point it was a terminal all unto itself, a place where people would have loaded onto a ship and be shot up into orbit, or possibly even retrieved. But it doesn't look like it's functioning. There's the equivalent of like caution tape that has been like strung up everywhere, keeping people out. There's places that have been barricaded, so there's really only kind of like one way in or out. And as you're approaching, there are a handful of armed individuals who are kind of standing in a knot near that kind of choke point. And as you approach, one of them will kind of step up and put his hand up. What are you doing here?
We came to talk to the man.
You have glint?
Yes.
You CCPD? Inquisitors?
Fuck no.
Right answer.
You guys know me.
He kind of reaches up. Okay.
Tell him it's
You're
Sylvan.
He knows you're coming. And he kind of steps out to the side and kind of lets you walk past. So you enter into like a place where the seating would have been like in rows, wait for people waiting to board, that kind of thing. And most of the seating has been moved off to the side, stacked up kind of unceremoniously. And there's been like semi-permanent structures that have kind of been built throughout here. And this is a place of business. There's people that are like bottling fade on, up against one wall. There's people that are like sorting through ammunition, kind of like on a long table that's kind of up against another wall. And there's armed people like kind of walking, on patrol all throughout all of these different things that are going on here. But at the back, what looks like, it used to be like a help desk, essentially, has been kind of like repurposed as basically a center for doing the management business of what is going on here. And behind the desk is an individual that apparently, Sylvan, you do know a little bit. And this individual is known as Seishin Irezumi, but more popularly, he is known as the Graffitied Ghost. He has these neon tattoos of Oni and demons kind of all over his upper body, which is usually left exposed. And these things dance and move on their own. And you have seen them even separate from his body entirely and manipulate physically the area around him. Seishin he's a very powerful, very connected individual. His pockets run really deep, and you know that he has more than just a little bit of a temper. Uh-oh. Are everybody there? You hear me?
Yep.
Yep. I thought we lost you for a second.
Yeah,
And with
for
that,
some
we
reason
have resolved everything.
for some reason OBS crashed. I have no idea why that was. Is everybody still in the right place? Looks like it.
Yeah, looks like
Okay.
yeah.
Yay, technology. Okay, cool. Where did y'all lose me?
Just
Right
that he
after we
was-
doubled the money.
Pinprick eyes.
Okay. Yeah, so he looks up at you with these kind of red augmented eyes, these eyes that are definitely meant to kind of add to his kind of terrifying persona, his visage that he uses. He looks up at you and he says, "Sylvan, long time no see."
It has been. Here to do some shopping.
I see. Well, I'm sure that we have a few more things than what you can usually find scrapping around in the heaps down in the bowels. What in particular are you looking for?
A few things. Looking for an arm cannon of some sort for a Forgeborn.
Right or left?
Some-
I think it was his right.
Yeah, I think it was right.
hand. Yeah.
Right hand? Okay, perfect. Yep. Good guess. Okay, all right. He kind of like reaches over and uses his own like augmented cybernetic hand to kind of like start typing in onto this like glancer that he's got nearby. Get a left one.
Cool.
He kind of nods. All right, I think that's doable.
Cool. We're gonna need 4 breathers.
Okay. Space.
Probably.
Space rated. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
space rated.
All right. 4 breathers.
Graph boots. We're gonna need. Well, first, do you have access to Dragoon armor?
He kind of raises an eyebrow and looks at you. Yeah, I think I could probably track down some Dragoon armor. You
Cool.
You in some kind of trouble, Sylvan? You know what? It's probably better I don't know.
Yeah, you don't want to get involved. I'll tell you after if we make it out of this.
He kind of stops, like the note taking. Kind of nods his chin in approval. All right, you got a deal. Anything else?
So I don't know how many of the Dragoon armor we want. If we want 4 of them, or
It's
if
up to y'all.
just Kahiti wanted it.
I think there is a strength requirement, right?
The problem is we're not
Probably.
proficient. It's medium or heavy.
It's
We're not proficient.
it's heavy as heavy can be. It's like beyond heavy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it
so I
might not
definitely
do.
wouldn't be proficient in it. Kahiti probably would be.
You should be able to. It says it's medium or heavy. So you
Yeah,
should
that's right.
you should have medium, but
So a
as
mechanist
Mancers,
could-
we only have light. I think some mechanists can.
Okay.
That's right. You
Yeah,
can get it
let's
in
see.
medium, but it's not the same AC hit.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So the only
Okay.
thing that Mancers could not wear it, but
Yeah, you have
Yeah,
light
unfortunately.
as a Mancer. Access to light. So, let me see. What do we got here? Mechanists have light or medium. Okay. So yeah, I mean, 2 would be absolutely doable. It'll just cost
Cool. We'll do 2.
2. All right.
Do the other guys want carbonic or any other?
That's also heavy.
okay.
They could do scout suit or eel skin armor.
I think I
I don't
already
know if
got
that's-
eel skin.
Okay.
Well, Carbonic's cheap enough. Get a set for me on that too, because I don't think I'm running Carbonic right now, am I?
Can you come? Does it matter? Does it combine with the dragon?
I don't know if it will.
No?
No, but Dragoon armor takes 10 minutes to put on and take off, and
Okay.
probably
carry
not something
both?
you would wear. I mean, it all comes down to whether or not there'll be any encounters that are a surprise encounter kind of thing. Not to metagame, but
No, that makes sense. Again, you guys know
Yeah,
you're headed into
so-
some thick shit, so
Yeah, so
Yeah.
what are you thinking? Do you want to go with carbonic?
I want both.
He should, yeah. He should have
Yeah.
all day wear carbonic, and then he can jump into the
Evening dress?
yeah.
Yeah.
Quick question. I don't see it
Go
in the
dancing in his
rules.
My lounge Carbonic.
Jeremy,
No.
I don't see it in the rule set, but can a Mancer have a shield? Can a Mancer have a boarding shield?
I think they are proficient with them.
Is it martial or is it?
It
that
doesn't
equipment,
say.
or-
It's just equipment.
Mancer. It'll be listed under whether or not you have thing in your class here. Mechanist. Nope, that's not. That's mechanist. I'm scrolling.
I'm just wondering if I have to be proficient with it to be able to own it and use it.
I'm trying to remember
assuming-
what the ruling is in D&D if you're not proficient with armor. I don't think you get any bonus from it, or it has some kind of penalty if you can use it without being proficient. I just don't remember what the penalty is. Armor and shields.
There's nothing. It doesn't say light armor, simple weapons.
Okay, so this
armor
is from
just says light armor.
Yeah, this is from the DMG or from the D&D 5e player's handbook. Anyone can put on a suit of armor or strap a shield to one arm. Only those proficient in the armor know how to use it effectively, however. Your class gives you proficiency. If you wear armor that you lack proficiency with, you have disadvantage on any ability check, saving throw, or attack roll that involves strength or dexterity, and you cannot cast spells. So it's a pretty hefty...
Definitely not going to do that then.
Penalty, yeah.
Then definitely not going to do that then, but I did put enough stuff in there. So these are the... So I put in just the arm cannon, and then the menders, and then oraculum cabling. I would like to get that as a mod, and then shield projector as a mod.
Okay. Yeah. Do me a favor, drop those here. Oh, you got them. Okay, perfect.
Yep.
So also what I'm willing to do, because I know there's not a ton of listed gear in the PDF, so we can also kind of use a little bit of D&D 5e magic item type things. Ooh, so like as a caster, if you want like some kind of equivalent of cloak of protection or bracers of AC or something like that, that is okay. Cool. And we'll basically just reskin it as like you're getting better skin, you know. Sweet. Essentially.
Okay. Yeah. I'm getting a new suit before we go up.
Right. He was kind of replacing the outside of your body, essentially.
Getting the shell buffed before we go off.
Yeah, exactly.
Tan.
Yeah.
Detail.
Cool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Some flames on the side.
Sweet. Look at my sweet flame drop, guys.
That could exhaust pipe's questionable though.
Just wait till it kicks in the hydraulics. It's really sweet. So yeah, I'm really kind of open and fluid to whatever ideas that you guys have. If you have something from D&D that you think could fit, and just have a simple reskin, and it doesn't, throw any of the mechanics out of whack or whatever for some crazy reason, then I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah. Only question I have is like, like we're relatively loaded for the level on cash wise, so I don't want to break encounters and stuff moving forward with it, right? So
I want you guys to be armed to the fucking teeth because I'm going to burn you hard.
Got it. Good to know. Yeah, so with that note, when it comes, like, let us know what, so like that armor is awesome, don't get me wrong, but any way we can augment that up on that too, I don't know. I mean, what's your limit there? Right? Like, so I mean, you say like armor up, it's like, so usually like it sits you at 8, so it automatically goes to 18, and that's great. The other stuff is what's awesome about it too. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just asking because like, I'm used to like high level campaigns being like, you might get something that's +3 or something that triggers additional abilities, some homebrew stuff, are you talking like game that hard with it, or game leveling? Because like to me, like a level 6 character, you're looking at like +1, +2.
Yeah, so I'm looking probably in the range of +2 with maybe 1 +3. So like trick yourself out with +2s and then give yourself a +3. Essentially, that kind of power level.
Got it.
So yeah, absolutely go bonkers with it, and if it's too much, I'll let you know and we can scale it back if we absolutely have to.
Cool.
Awesome.
So yeah, again, like you guys completely 100% understand that you are headed into a very, very precarious situation.
Jeremy, after knowing what we're about to do, I went and looked at the magical wondrous items that are in 5e, just because you're interested in it. It fits with there's 2 that fit with the arm augmentation from Eberron and from Explorer's Guide to Wildemount, and I'm like, oh man, I kind of want to do both, but one of them is the arcane cannon from Wildemount.
Okay.
And then one of them is the arcane propulsion arm from
Both of these
Eberron.
sound amazing. So
So
okay.
arcane propulsion arm. It says it is literally a prosthetic appendage, and the prosthetic is fully capable of being a part of your body. You can take the action to remove the prosthetic, and it removes itself. Yeah, if your attunement ends, it can't be removed against your will. The prosthetic is a
Right.
magic melee weapon which you're proficient with. It deals 1d8 force damage on a hit and has the thrown property with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. When thrown, the prosthetic hand detaches and flies at the target of the attack and then immediately
Fuck
returns
yes.
back to you and reattaches. So as a Mancer, what I wanted to do,
That's
and this is why I
perfect.
asked for both of these, is I kind of want to flavor the arcane propulsion arm and the arcane cannon. And instead of what they give in the arcane cannon mechanics, right? Because it gives you like acid jet, fire jet, frost shot, lightning shot,
Right,
etc. Instead of those, use the Astra as
Sure.
the augments, right? So arcane cannon is a large cannon which is imbued with magic. It requires no ammunition and does not need to be loaded. It takes one
Sure.
action to aim the cannon and then one action to fire it. So basically, I'm giving myself a Samus gun, like from Metroid, but
Yeah.
also the ability
Mega
to
Man.
use that and launch it from like a la Baymax. Just fire my fist at something and then pull it back to me.
Talk to the hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those are the two wondrous items that I saw just as of right now that I'm looking at that I'm like, yeah, I want.
And they're both
that.
wondrous items, you said?
They're both wondrous. They're both wondrous, very rare. But honestly, the mechanics and the things that they give isn't like game breaking.
Yeah, I'm just kind of approximating like a cost or a power, level, just to kind of keep in mind kind of where
The
things
amount
sit.
of cost we have the ability to spend for, right?
Yeah,
so
for sure.
But
take note of those, write it down or copy paste it into a document or whatever.
We'll put it in,
and we can work out the exact specifics, how it's going to function mechanically within Harbinger, as well as, come up with the reskin of, exactly what it's going to do and all that fun stuff. So
that's cool. So that was just my 2 cents on the arcane arm. I was like, hell yeah, that sounds great.
That's amazing. Okay. Chad, I saw you put Gauntlets of Ogre Power. Yeah, I definitely think that that's also doable. Again, they go through and like strip all of the cabling that basically forms like the musculature in your body and just upgrade it. So, essentially your strength goes up. Same net benefit.
Love it.
Okay, cool. We've got Dragoon armor +3 for AC. Okay, hell yeah. Yep. Mods, shield projector and night visor. Excellent. Okay, cool. Keep your axe, but mod it as a +1 with the hilt being an immovable rod. Fuck yeah, that's cool. Yeah, absolutely. So
the only thing for that would be instead
ahead.
of a switch, because I think a movable rod reads you as like a button that you press.
Yeah, on the
but
end.
Being techie or whatnot, and I already have the feat where I can call it back to me.
Okay, nice.
As a bonded weapon, I can pull it back Thor style, I think. So instead, I would just want to add that trigger to it, basically. Be able to, instead of having to push a button, be able to command it to lock in.
Okay, lock in from a distance?
Or, yeah, if you'll let it. But if not, I don't mind like being able to unlock it from a distance, I guess.
Oh, right? I see. Yeah, absolutely. So, are you envisioning this as like an Astra tethered type thing, or is it like a physically tethered?
A movable rod is magic based, right, in the game. So I'll even, that'd be kind of fun we can have it cost Astra if you want.
Okay, sure. Awesome. Yep. So you can basically like build in like a delay or whatever for this like activation button thing, and you can like, use Astra to basically tweak it to turn it on and off from a distance, even if you want.
Awesome.
Cool. All right. Menders are the health kits, is that right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. however many of those that you want to buy effectively. Just keep in mind, encumbrance, not encumbrance like weight wise, but logistically what you'd be able to carry on your person. You're not going to walk around with 21 of these things on you.
I have a bandolier of menders over a bandolier of menders.
All my menders have menders. Or Qualcomm cabling. Yeah, if it's a mod that's out of Harbinger, I don't see any reason why. And again, just make sure that you're not putting more than what slots you have on the item. That should be fine. Sweet.
It's
cool.
three for weapons and 3 for armor, right? I think.
I
Unless
think
it
that
calls
is
out
correct.
otherwise. Yeah.
And then some of the slots take up more than one slot, or some of the mods take up more than one slot.
Yeah.
Do you think that the cabling they gave me could be Ara Chilacum cabling?
Orichalcum.
Orichalcum. Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh yeah, for your muscle fibers. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. Anybody else have any ideas they want to toss out?
So I want to do something like okay, so what I used to do was usually like a +2 longbow, and then like +1, +2 different arrow types.
Ooh,
So
okay.
I'm thinking, because we're going to be on a station and not necessarily using full weapons, if I could go with a slinger of some sort. So it would be a like equivalent of a longbow, but as a slinger. And the same thing for
Okay.
the ammo for it.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, like getting a +1 or a +2 to your weapon is very easy to do. I think they have rules for doing that in. Yeah, Astra Augmenter will give it a +1 to the attack and damage rolls, and it's a 1-slot mod on the weapon, so that's definitely doable. You could do up to a +3 if that's all you wanted to do. And then actual ammunition itself. Were you wanting the ammunition to simply carry an additional mechanical bonus, or were you wanting it to do like effects, almost more like Hawkeye, or?
Oh, gotcha. Trying to think. So
You should look at something like what augment weapon gives the trader class. I mean, it's a level 1 augment for them, so I think it would be something that's like, level 1 class specific might be able to grab. But it lets you charge your attack with your sling or whatever, right? With either as a bonus action, you can charge it using either magenta, electric, lime, or chartreuse, and then you get different aspects of it.
Oh yeah, okay.
nice.
So would that be appealing to you, Sylvan?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Then let's just call that so the augment weapon feature that's listed with the treader. So you could put that on your gun, and let's call that. You can cycle it out. It doesn't do anything crazy because it's a first level kind of thing. So we'll just call it a 1-slot mod for the weapon. So you could get a +2 to attack and the damage, and that put on the same weapon if you wanted, or you could do +3 on the weapon and then have the ammunition be what carries the
effect or the additional
effects.
damage.
Right, yeah. So just basically detail how many of each color you want to basically carry on you effectively. Treat it like special arrows. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Kind of what I'm thinking of these the more I think about it, is like almost like miniaturized versions of the spheroids
Ooh,
that
yeah.
contain either the additional Astra for the individual colors or some like you said, Hawkeye special arrows or green arrows special arrows, where it's like, okay, you're sending this off. If you hit the keypad, it's hacking into the thing or giving an electric charge to override a door or something.
Yeah, hell yeah. I love that.
So
So yes, it's
I'll come up
basically
with
kind
some
of like
stuff for
this
that.
it's like this big bore ammunition that's almost more like an old school muzzle round where it's, you know, like a sphere instead of an actual like bullet that comes out.
Yep.
But yeah, that's badass. I love that. Okay. Let's see. Movable rod considered the weapon mod or independent. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be like a one slot thing for the axe. So just as a mod built in.
Mute. I'm on mute, so I can't talk like that. That's awesome. And so yeah, okay, yeah. So you're fine with that then? That would be the 3 slots for it. That makes sense. I'm all good with that.
Yeah, sure. Mhm.
And then the last thing was just the heavy pistol mod, I think, because each weapon gets its own mod slots, right?
Yes, it does.
Awesome. So I am
cool.
good
Elemental
to go.
mod,
Other
elemental
than
enhance.
leveling up, I've already chosen what I got for that, so I think we're all good.
Okay.
Cool.
Baller.
Yeah, and then I just want to get some, essentially what would be equivalent to like Elven Mail or something, just to get a plus on armor class, but still being lightweight.
Something light. Okay.
Yeah, so like ring of protection kind of thing, or
yeah,
cloak
absolutely.
protection.
Yeah, if there's any way that I can get dex bonuses through the roof, like I would like to do that, considering I lost one.
Okay.
I'd like to make
Okay.
so that way I can bump my AC back up to
Yep.
Sure.
something suitable.
Okay, so for the suit of light armor for Sylvan, it's definitely got to be some kind of like, you know, specifically woven material, right?
You can go
some
medium.
kind of like Harbinger tech bullshit, right? Some kind of
Right.
thing that nobody really kind of understands exactly how it works or what it might actually cost in the long run, but but for now seems really awesome. Medium. Yeah. So yeah, like a woven steel
like
type thing, but better.
The ringweave armor.
Ringweave,
but
ringweave.
Made out of Harbinger tech.
Okay. Where's ringweave? Where's that at?
Page 44. I mean, it's essentially medium armor. I've got Bygul currently. So we could either page 44 on the beta rules. It's harvested from the rings. This fine metal is woven into a pliable mesh that easily turns aside glancing blows.
Oh, it lists that as woven steel armor on my thing. Oh, we have different versions of the dock apparently. But yeah, that's fine. So let's see, woven steel armor. Yeah, I think that's exactly. So that'll be like the baseline for it. But again, the suit of armor has 3 slots that come with it.
Right, and so then we'll layer in whatever Harbinger tech to.
Sure.
Okay.
They can. I think there's weapon mods. I know there's armor ones that have got to upgrade your AC. There's got to be. And if there's not, we'll just make one.
Okay.
No, I don't see one. So yeah, you could stack all 3 bonuses as just basically a straight +3 if you wanted to, and just have a really solid AC. Or you could use those slots for other possible armor enhancements if you find any on the mod list that you like.
Okay.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Actually, rules question.
Mm-hmm.
If you have armor and you're also wearing bracers, or something along those lines.
Mhm.
Does your armor class stack?
It does. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
As long as it's not the same. Well, as far as D&D goes, as long as it's not the same kind of bonus, quote unquote,
Right.
then it will stack. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
But especially with this kind of stuff, because we're talking about, you know, like different technologies kind of working together, I'm perfectly okay with it.
Okay.
Okay. Chad, you had. Oh, he's on the phone. You had mentioned something.
I have a quick
yes.
question then. As a mechanist, don't you have like some kind of repair ability that you can do once per day?
Yes.
Could you take a look at Croc's rifle or carbine or whatever it is for me and use your ability on that?
Ooh.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it got broken in the fight, right?
Yeah. When I took I went over my Astra and it said one item I was carrying would be get the broken condition, but I was like, I got a
That's right.
mechanist for that.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I don't know what its stats are. I just pull the trigger, so
I have that piece of paper here too. This is TikTok the Croc's rifle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So it's called a Centurion SPR heavy repeater. Let's see. It has. So it is a +2 weapon. So it has, you know, that augmentation that gives it a +2.
Okay.
But the damage that it does is 2d8 plus your dexterity modifier. It has a range of 60, 180. It has spray and reload on it. Or reload of 1 to 3 on it.
Nice.
Okay. What do we got? What else? Chad, there was something you had mentioned right before we dove into Sylvan's armor. What was it again? Chad,
What?
Nick? There was something else that you were interested in before we were talking about Sylvan's armor.
I was looking for a way to regain my dex points
Your
because I lost a
dexterity.
dex point. Yeah.
Right. Okay, cool. So
I
yeah,
permanently lost a dex point, so I'm trying to find a way to like re-augment myself with that
I know
plus
that there
more.
are. Yeah, I know that there are items in the DMG that do stuff with dexterity.
I can look it up real quick.
So yeah, I would imagine that it's probably like some kind of. So for you being Forgeborn, especially, it's probably some kind of like chip or particular wiring or something that they would literally go in and replace inside your cranium that would help with like your targeting or your balance or both. And I don't know what the numbers typically are in the book, but like I said, keep it somewhere +2, or if you want it to be as your big one, your +3.
Right. I'm just trying to keep it at like a +2-ish.
Mm-hmm. That should be good.
Without over. That way I gain the one back and then, you know.
Mm-hmm. I need to give up the shield projector with the +3.
Interesting.
I might be, so I gotta live. It's gonna be rough having an AC of only 21.
I'm looking now at more how obnoxious I'm going to be with dice on certain hits.
That'll be 102 to hit. Okay, cool.
Not the hit's going to be good. It's just they actually stack a lot of. I think you can stack quite a lot with their talents, which is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's quite a bit of synergy that can happen. Cool. Oh, Lucius, you can't use the repeater?
Yeah, it'd be at disadvantage and stuff, so it'd be better if one of those two used it.
Okay.
Okay. Here's one that I can get that +2, and it's not even something that needs to be like an item that needs to stay on me. Manual of Quickness of Action. It's a wondrous item. Basically, I would just have to I would basically have to download a Forgeborn update module to give me that +2 back.
Windows
right?
10.
Because
Okay.
it's basically, it says the book contains coordinates and balance exercises.
Ah, nice.
And the words are changed with magic. If you spend 48 hours reading the book or 6 days or fewer studying the contents, you gain +2 to dexterity,
Perfect.
as does the maximum for that score.
I know Kung Fu.
The manual
Yep.
then loses its magic but regains it in a century.
Yeah,
So what does that mean?
it's
So it says
literally
your
a
dexterity and score increases by 2, as does your maximum for that score.
yeah. So if you hit 20, usually even if you spend points in it, you can't go any higher than that.
Oh,
In
so
the-
you could
in
get
the
a
score.
22 if you were in there.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, using that you can go above your normal maximum.
So I'd be at 17 then, if I took that book, because I'm at 15 now because I lost one.
Yes. Yeah. So it would put your score at a 17.
17. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah. So essentially, like you said, it's it's this Lorium vial, this particular one that you kind of jack in, and it drains the Lorium out of it, but that makes like some fundamental changes to the way that your wiring actually works.
Sweet. Okay, I'm down with that.
Cool. Lucius, what all you have going on currently? You had the strength upgrade
and the cabling.
Okay. So I'll tell you what, if you want to do basically an item, then you can come up with, the reskin essentially that makes this kind of fit. But essentially I'll let you gain a feat that will let you use that repeater if you want, that you can be proficient with it.
Oh,
so like an item that'll basically grant you the proficiency that you need to use it.
Okay, yeah, there's a feat, right? That
I think so.
That you can choose a weapon type.
Yeah, martial adept or
something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, and you can just describe it again as like some kind of implant that goes inside your skull, or it lays on the outside of your arm, or some shit.
Could I use one of those neural devices, 2 of the 2 we got, guys? Because that would put me at an even number for my wisdom and give me advantage on initiative rolls. There's two, so someone else could do that too.
Your wisdom modifier goes up at 12, or what's the break point?
It goes up by 1 for me.
So
for that augment does.
Yeah, +1 wisdom and then advantage on
initiative.
Mm-hmm. How do you get it? Oh, so you get advantage on initiative? That would go well with the ambusher, but I don't know how that augment works, right? If that's an augment like for personnel, or if that's an augment for weapon or armor.
It's a neural brain.
So it basically, they put a plate on the side of your head that is basically this thing kind of jacked directly into your brain.
Are there any class restrictions on that though? I don't think it actually helps me that much. I think ambusher is just first round. So if I don't necessarily need the high initiative. If someone needs to move away, I'm kind of the tank.
Then I might take that one.
Okay.
Yeah. I know that there's always the option that I can run in and tank, but I'd rather have people who are fleet of foot be able to get to a good position should you not have a lot of control.
Okay. And then, if I'm not mistaken, Ulysses is getting the legs. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that how that's going down?
I'm gonna take the good legs.
Okay. The gams.
I got my special legs.
I got the gams.
Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs.
Magic legs.
I got short shorts. It's like, man, these Forgeborn, these Forgeborn
They're
What?
lady legs.
They
Makes-
got.
You can have
Makes your ass
you
look
can have-
fantastic.
lady
And
leg.
I've
little
never
legs,
had
big
a.
legs.
I've never had a butt like this before. This is rather nice, actually. Yeah. I imagine it's like the equivalent of like the UPS shorts, like the really short shorts
Daisy
on
Dukes.
on some Daisy Dukes on a Forge Born. It's just a metal diaper. It's just a metal diaper.
Oh,
But now you're also 4 inches shorter.
Why are these legs so tiny?
okay.
It's like
cool.
the Munchkin cats. Normal cat
Yeah.
with the extra short legs.
Yeah.
Corgi.
All right. Cool. So I think that might handle most of the incidentals then.
Nice.
We can work out all the very specific details and make sure all of the changes are implemented and all of that kind of stuff. And that's basically, other than what you've kind of set aside to spend on catching a ride, that's pretty much going to wipe out the most of your cash. Oh, yes, of course, bombs. I think they have those in the Harbinger dock that you can get. Grenades
Oh.
of some
They do.
kind.
I
There's
don't know.
grenades, so I mean, we could
Yeah, we'll
take your
extrapolate
grenade
from
and
there.
scale it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bombs.
I mean, yeah, I think there's the, hey, we're having some fun blowing some shit up stuff. So if we want that, that's cool. But for like blowing a space station up, I would think that's where we would kind of probably rig.
Yes.
a big
something.
boom.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
overload
yeah.
something.
A fireworks special goes off.
Yeah.
and-
It'll
Unless
be
there's an unprotected, thermal exhaust vent somewhere that
Yeah,
we need to just
yeah.
drop something in. But
Yeah.
It'll end up
Yeah,
doing
proton
60
torpedo.
plot worth of damage. It's we'll handle that when we come across it narratively, I would imagine.
some things have plot resistance. So
It's true.
fish.
Plot armor. Oh yeah, how much was
Plot
that?
armor, that's right.
Yeah,
Plot armor?
Exactly. Plot armor.
It's
I already
it's
got some. It's
Nunya.
called Dragoon armor in this game.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
It's
It's like, what is all the
right.
things that can screw you in space? This takes.
Yeah. Necklace of plot armor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So
We're
yeah,
gonna find out the first door I come to, I can't fit through.
Yeah.
Be like, oh, it's a shame because you're
It's just
considered
a-
one size larger. Sucks to be you.
just a giant fucking magnet. Just
That's when you just like boom.
EMP.
Damn. Okay. So, yeah, buy whatever grenades and menders and all of that kind of stuff to your heart's content. Like I said, just make logistic sense that you're walking around with all that on you. But anything else other than that, I think we can probably handle between now and then, between next session. But let's get to what we're doing with a ship. Void ships. So kind of, what are you said kind of a freighter, right? Like a private, like a private company.
Like a
Yeah.
mining rig kind of thing.
Yeah, like a mining rig or something. Something that
Mm.
would have
Gotcha.
a reason to have sensors, right? And scan
Sure.
and everything else, right? A reason to be going to basically anywhere, right? It's kind of one of those utilitarian things you just see
Okay.
around.
Smart.
Normally would be associated with like a bigger fleet or a bigger ship, but it's not, we could just drift off. Again, the kind of thing that smugglers or pirates would use.
Sure.
If we can get something that has weapon augmentation on it, great. If not, then, we basically Trojan horse our way into whatever we're doing.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So you head down, again, kind of way down into the bowels of the spaceport, down into where there used to be an old subway station that basically fed the spaceport. and you find it's a lot quieter down here. The architecture, the technology that you see doesn't really look like most of it works much anymore. It's kind of dark, abandoned, but sometimes for doing business that might be more what you're looking for. As you kind of work your way down to the platform, you find that there is actually a train that is kind of parked here, situated at the station. And as you're kind of moving in, you see several spheroids that are kind of floating around or crawling around the ceiling and the walls, and they seem to be kind of functioning like cameras that are watching you, and they're kind of following along as you make your way deeper into this subway station. And eventually, you are able to find your way to a set of the doors on the subway car that, as you approach, will actually slide open. And as they slide open, you can kind of peek inside, and the entire length of the car seems to have been co-opted by someone. This entire thing has been run with all kinds of devices. Some of them, this very much looks like kind of a kindred spirit to Sylvan's shop. A lot of this is found or stolen. It's all been patched together by somebody who obviously knows what they're doing. There's cables and splices running everywhere down here. And as you kind of step inside, you hear like the distant noise of some kind of thing clanging against metal. And then from a distance, you hear a voice say, What do you want?"
Got business? Yeah, I need to see Farsight.
You see a slight framed woman kind of peer out from around a giant piece of machinery. She has like Astra-fueled like decorations braided into like the braids and the dreadlocks that she has, kind of that drape down from her hair. Very sharp, angular features of her face. Looks probably a lot more like a Voidborn than a Moonborn. She kind of has this mask that's kind of dangling beneath her face, like a breather, kind of at the ready, and goggles that she kind of is raising up off of her eyes as she kind of steps out from behind what she's doing and starts to approach you. I'm Farsight. She kind of looks over the both of you. So you found me.
Well met, sister. Awada sends her regards. Says hello. Yeah. Family gonna need some rides. You're the person to talk to.
Right.
See, maybe you can help us out. We can help you upgrade a bit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I've worked with Awada in the past. Good people. Usually can get a hold of some pretty good tech. So yeah, maybe we can work something out. What kind of ship are you looking for?
So first thing we need is a quiet ride, yeah, off the books.
Okay, sure.
Maybe say what is it, Ulysses? 3 for you, 2 on my end. So let's say for 5 right now, because it's just to double check myself, right? It's Cherry, both kids, Squig, and Kit that would go. So yep. So
okay.
Need a ride, need a quiet ride for 5, yeah. 2 can work if they need to. Rest though, gotta go as cargo, yeah.
Okay. 5. To any particular destination?
Drift Market, roundabout way.
Okay. All right. You've got papers and everything already situated for this kind of a ride, or you need that too?
Better maybe all brand new, yeah.
Okay. Okay. She's kind of, you can see she's like making calculations in her head. Okay. All right. So that's one. How comfortable do you want these 5 to be? I know you said 2 of them could work, but you want them working as wait staff? You want them cleaning out,
The water will
engine
take care
rooms?
of the water take care of the positions, yeah. For the 2
Okay.
that work.
I
The
see.
other
All right.
3, as much comfort as we can provide without drawing attention, yeah. So
I see. All right. All right. Okay. Maybe something with the friary. Maybe that'll work. Okay.
yeah. We hide
Okay.
them below to work out, Stay down.
Sure. For sure. Yeah. Keep their heads low. Friary doesn't ask a lot of questions. They're happy
Yeah,
to
and
have people who need help. So maybe that'll work. Okay.
Now the 2 hard parts, yeah. First of all, it need to be a good ship, good captain, yeah. Not one that's on our radar yet.
Okay. Okay. Who is it? Well, who is it that you don't want them to cross paths with? Maybe that's an easier question.
I think it's more along the lines that any ship will work as long as it's not about to cross path with wraiths.
I see. Okay. All right. So, I'll double check everything with your people then. Make sure that there's no plans that I'm unaware of.
Plus it. Yeah.
We'll make sure it's a clean choice. We'll get
Now the
we'll
other
get your
fun-
people taken care of.
Appreciate ya. The other fun thing now is I need a ship,
Okay.
like-
Okay.
of my own.
You
Preferably.
want to buy a ship?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I need one that maybe don't have a paper trail too long, yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. She kind of goes over to a station and kind of swings a glancer monitor that's on an arm kind of out away from the wall and kind of immediately starts typing kind of in the air, and you can see that on each of her fingers there's these devices that are installed. You can see kind of the split that runs up the back of her fingers, and as she's basically typing in the air, each of her fingertips is illuminated with Astra, and it's manipulating whatever data is entering into the glancer that she's staring at. Okay, yeah, there's a few options. We've got a few different possibilities. Any other details that you want to include?
Yeah, if it can be armored, if it got weapons, we want it all
Okay.
day, right? Not going for any fun work. Ulysses, anything you think of?
Well, in case things go sideways, escape pods, means of evacuating if, say, our ship goes down.
Yeah, good call.
Okay.
So escape
Okay. Yeah.
escape pods, modded out weapons, armor if we can.
Okay. How obvious do you want these modifications? You want it on the down low? Do you want it to be intimidating for anybody that you come across?
Subtle until it's too late.
Okay. All right. A snake in the grass.
Yeah. Ulysses, actually, I think in this moment, would it be too hard, Jeremy, to say that in that sequence with Peter earlier, that perhaps there were stingrays in
Oh yeah, absolutely.
the water of the aquarium?
100%.
Right. So I imagine that Ulysses would walk up and if there's a way for him to glance or project the visage of a stingray, right?
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever seen something like this.
And it kind of swims across her glancer screen, independent of whatever programming that she's engaged with. and she just kind of
Right.
like watches it. And you can see like the light kind of reflected in her almost like mirrored eyes as she watches it. No, I don't can't say I've ever seen anything like that. But she kind of like holds up one of her fingers and then goes back to typing again. I think I could find something that's probably pretty close to the general shape.
I think that would be preferable. Yes.
Sure. Okay.
Something light,
I mean,
something movable, something
light,
we can get around in.
light but armored, big guns, subtle, but hold its own. Clean paper trail. Okay. This is gonna cost you. She kind of like turns and realizes that hasn't even been broached yet. You got the glint.
So, yeah, we got the glint. We're gonna pay you 3 ways, the way I see it. Yeah. One is the glint. I just look at Ulysses and I'm just transferring all. I assume we gave Sylvan and Lucius what we thought they would need
Probably, yeah.
in the realm, and then, as you said, it's gonna wipe us out. So I just give everything else over. Yeah. So part 1, yeah, this, and before you speak, yeah, part 2. Family remembers this. Family's gotta get you now. Yeah. A lot of children of the war. Keep an eye out. Wraith's here if you need us. 3. Lovely shop you got here. Nice off the beaten path. Out of prying eyes. We're gonna give you a spot for a backup. We got a junker shop down in the lower levels. Nicely outfitted. Good protection. Near some friends. That's yours, rent free, yeah.
She kind of nods. Her eyes haven't really left the whatever it is that's containing the glint that you've just kind of handed over. Yeah, I think that's gonna be just fine. Yeah.
Now clean this before you use it, yeah. You don't want WTI coming.
She kind of like looks at you as if to say, like, do you know who you're talking to? Oh yeah. And she kind of like, puts it away in what looks like a vault or a safe or something that she's kind of rigged up into the floor of this subway car. Okay. I think I found a few choices. She kind of like does that thing they show in every single sci-fi movie where they fling the data from one device towards your personal glancers or whatnot. And so essentially, we'll take a look at the document, we'll build a ship, give it specs to your tastes, come up with a name, etc. And that's what we'll end up with whenever we're ready to take flight.
And now the fun part, Ulysses, you get to tell Peter and Wendy you ain't gonna see them for a long time, yeah? And I get to tell Katira what we just spent.
Yeah. It now would be the time to say any final boarding calls before we leave.
Excellent. I think
Pick up with
we're going to
that
call it
next session.
there.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'd be
I think
awesome.
we'll start off with the goodbyes next session. And then we're going to head to outer space, gentlemen.
Yep. So then I think
Hell yeah!
it'd be fun to get to set the ship up a little bit in that too.
Mhm.
Sylvan, if you don't have goodbyes and stuff, and if Lucius doesn't have goodbyes, you guys get to probably set the ship up how you want it.
Yeah, exactly.
Sweet. Awesome. Okay. That was a blast, everybody. Thank you very much. And yeah, this is gonna get nuts, I hope. That's my plan, at least. So hopefully everybody gets some goodies and is gonna find plenty of reason to use them in the next episode or two. I don't know how much longer we've got. I'm kind of just once everybody made it clear that they weren't concerned about keeping it as a trilogy. I don't want this to just run on indefinitely, but I think we've got at least 1-2 sessions left. At least, so I'm looking forward to it. Getting some crazy shit going. So I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can once again touch on anything that they might have going on, and then we're going to call it an evening. We're going to start in a reverse order with Glenn.
Oh, hey. Well, pseudo reverse order, I think, on that one. Awesome. No, it's a great night. Had a lot of fun. I love the RP sessions. It's not something I've been used to doing before this group, so really appreciate the long RP aspect and playing around and jumping in and whatnot. So ton of fun. Looking forward to seeing how this goes, and the TPK that comes with saying like, oh, just get whatever you want. It won't matter. Comes along with it. But yeah, it should be a fun couple weeks on that one. Looking forward to the next session.
Very much likewise, Todd, or Glenn, excuse me. And yeah, man, I'm super duper stoked to see what I can throw up against all of you that is hopefully going to be challenging still, and give you a lot of excuses to, like I said, use all of your new goodies that you just picked up. So TPK is always a possibility. So, but we'll have to wait and see, I guess. All right, next up we have Todd.
Great time. This was an excellent night. Looking forward to the next game.
Fantastic. Yeah, man. And again, like, you know, like Glenn also said, like I'm really happy to have players who are happy and pleased to not necessarily have combat every session, you know, to be able to take the time to really enjoy a setting and to kind of explore a little bit of the weird, wacky places that are, you know, that I'm hoping that you get a chance to experience and see, interact with some of the NPCs that I'm excited to kind of have y'all interact with, both good and bad, you know, both ones that are snarky as well as ones that are helpful. So hopefully there's been a good smattering of those thus far. So, all right, speaking of a good smattering, Chad.
Which one? Pick and choose, my
Yeah.
dude. Which one?
I think that's you. I'm usually the other Chad.
Okay.
So
Okay. Fine. Yeah. Like everybody said, I'm very happy to be a part of this game. I love these characters. I love the story that we're building, and it feels like every time we say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna call it. We're gonna quit. One more again." It keeps going. So, like, I know that the inevitability is happening, but I'm just enjoying the ride all the way to the bottom. So yeah, man, thank you so much. Like, this is such a blast playing in a world that I have gotten to watch, like, the antithesis of you building, right? Like you taking ownership of like Chrome City and like making it your own, and getting a chance to watch all these different games that you've done in it, but also playing in something that feels like we have a little bit more breadth of time to play in. Like, that to me is really, really fun. So thank you again for building a wonderful story with all of us, and like also tying it in so that each one of us feels like an integral part of this campaign, right? Like each person plays their own specific role for this campaign, and I really truly appreciate that.
Thank you, Chad. I always appreciate the extreme kindness that you throw my way, man. Thank you. Yeah, again, Chrome City is very much kind of my love letter to the cyberpunk genre. I don't know the cyberpunk system. I know it exists in several different versions. I know some of them are very, very complicated. I do know 5e fairly well, and when AbTab announced what Harbinger was kind of what it was going to be, it's the immediate direction that my brain took what they were talking about. And I know that's not the way that they necessarily intended it. I know it's supposed to be a little bit more science fantasy, but I couldn't get it out of my head. That it was all just, you know, neon billboards and, you know, Judge Dredd meets Blade Runner meets, you know, Ghost in the Shell, all kind of like thrown into a pot and stirred up with magic. So I've been really, really excited to build this setting, and there have been a lot of one shots, and they've been really fun to kind of explore little tiny pocket parts. But I really have enjoyed the couple of short dives that we've kind of done into the setting. You know, Inquisitor's Toll and the Astra Gates, and then now this, the Trickle Down. It's been really nice to, like you said, kind of really get the chance to explore a little deeper and see some of the fallout of some of the consequences of actions and things like that. It's always a lot better to be able to do. And I'm really happy that, you know, we were able to have that exchange of information ahead of time with this group, and again, build realistic characters who have, you know, backgrounds and people that they're tied to and things that are going on, so that way it gives me a lot of material to be able to touch on and draw from. And that's my jam. That's what I love doing. And it almost always brings out better role playing from everybody as players. So I've really been very, very pleased with how all of you have kind of taken that in stride and brought a lot to the table. So thank you for doing that. Speaking of bringing a lot to the table, last but certainly not least, the other Chad.
Thank you very much. I was having a great time. Thank you. You guys are a blast. This has been a pleasure from the get-go. I would like to, if you somehow missed it at the beginning and you have not been to the absolute tabletop group, you know, we are on Facebook and Discord. You can join in games like this, or maybe even run your own. That's where I had the pleasure of meeting Jeremy originally, and I've met Chad plenty of times. We've got to play plenty of games with both of them, thankfully. And now I've had the pleasure of now meeting Todd and Glenn, so I've got a repertoire of awesome people that I've got to meet and play with, so maybe you could too. Other than that, I have to support my friend here, Jeremy. He has a great production value. If you didn't see it in the games, he's got art, he's got music, he's got, man, my favorite part is the voice change. That's the best. I didn't want to mention that any other time except for last game. It came out finally, so I wanted to surprise somebody who hadn't heard it before, you know. I didn't want to be like, I hope that happens. But I was hoping, and it happened, and it was great. And I love it. And so you can like support him. He's got like Dooley Dad thingy buttons up in the places. And you can also find him like we did on what's it called?
Start Playing.
Thank you. Start Playing, you know, and then he also advertises, like I said, in the Absolute Tabletop for periodically for different things. So, you know, if you wanted to be in one of these little squares, you know, there's room right over here and stuff, you know, you could join us, you know. So thank you very much. Take care. Stay blessed.
Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. Yeah, I can't echo the sentiment about Absolute Tabletop any harder. It's a fantastic group of people. There's tons of creative individuals there who are willing to help people out, and lots of games that are being put together there frequently. So yeah, if you are looking for a community that is kind and inclusive and supportive and also creative and just full of a lot of really badass players and game masters, then yeah, Absolute Tabletop is a surefire bet on Facebook. Definitely also recommend going to check them out. If anybody did mention a channel, you should be able to find it in the description of the video down below. Please do take the time to go say hi, share what they've got going on, like, subscribe, all of that stuff. If you like what you saw here on the channel, again, like, subscribe, do all the things that YouTube likes to see to promote this kind of stuff. Share it around, talk to your friends about it, you know, show them this weird, wild system, this weird and wild setting, this weird and wild person, whatever, you know, share it around. Chad mentioned, yes, there's, you know, coffee link up here on the thing somewhere. You should be able to find it somewhere in the description. The start playing profile link is down there somewhere too. I try to make everything as accessible as I can. If you find something missing, drop a comment. Let me know. All of that kind of stuff. But I love all of you. Thank you very, very much for giving me the chance to run this game. It does my heart wonders to know that there are people out there that actually enjoy this shit. It's wonderful. So I think that just about does it. Remember, kindness is a free action. So be nice to each other. Everybody needs it in their life, really. And the world certainly needs a lot more of it now. So until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.